Hey guys, how's it going? So, today I wanted to do a little bit more Arknights. I had a really great time yesterday, actually. We did, I think, like 5 runs of IS2. Eventually I want to get into playing more of like the base game, but I actually do have the entire like current release story released. Completely completed. I do eventually want to do maybe this game, like Genshin, make a fresh account, do like maybe completely free to play, and kind of see how it goes. But for now, I'm super happy to keep doing IS2. I really wasn't expecting the 4th ending to come out so soon. But last time, we did, I believe, the monthly squad a total of 3 times. The first few times we got dumpstered. I was actually really sad because I just wanted to go to the 5th floor to get the 3rd communication recorder line. And then we did 2 regular runs. The first one, we were going for the 3rd ending. We actually died dilution because I messed up my positioning. It was really awkward. I was talking about it last stream. I think I've died dilution like 3 or 4 times now out of the last like 30-ish I fought him. But we got dumpstered by Lucian. But then the next time we actually had a crazy good run and managed to beat the 4th ending first try. I was actually really surprised. Even though it's just first impressions, to me it feels like the 4th ending boss was a little bit easier than the 3rd ending. Just because for the 4th ending it felt like we just needed to have some lane holding. In addition to maybe a few heli drop operators like Alter, Surtur to defeat the actual like playwright. And then, yeah, they just had, like, the exploding enemies, but if we had, like, Soraya and Telopsis or something like that, we'd probably be okay. Okay, I was wondering. I had to reinstall my Arknights, the way I play Arknights on my PC, because it was having some trouble yesterday. I don't know why. Then, at the very end of the stream, we tried to do the monthly contract again, and my power went out for, like, 20 minutes. I do have misfortune in the name for a reason. I don't know what it is. But sometimes my PC, sometimes my internet, sometimes my power just goes out at the worst times. I remember playing like WoW Classic back in the day with some friends, and I only saw Touch of Chaos drop 3 times from ZG in like 40 plus runs. One time I rolled a 90, got it rolled by one other person, somehow. And like the other time it dropped, it was hard res, and then the 3rd time it dropped, I literally... my power went out because they were moving construction equipment down the street. It was in the middle of the summer, right as we were about to roll. And I was so upset. But that's part of life. Something you just can't always control. But either way, let's, oh, this is gonna be embarrassing, I can feel it. I actually don't think this monthly squad is that bad. I just feel like I'm messing up, and I'm not... Part of it's always RNG, with any roguelike. But I'm still a little bit unsure on whether or not I want to do Gathering Squad or Support Squad. Support Squad of the base squads is actually what I prefer unless I'm on hard mode. In hard mode, I think Spearhead Squad's really good unless you're going to Big Sad Lock, which I do think if we can just get to the 5th floor for the monthly squad, we might try and just see where the chips fall. I'd like to do the 4th ending with different squads, and then eventually on the harder difficulty as well. But I haven't showcased, obviously, since we've only done 1 stream of IS2, the other endings. The Lucian ending I don't really feel the need to show because we have to beat Lucian to fight the 3rd and 4th ending. But Big Sad Lock is one that's kind of crazy. Like, I'd love to see if on stream I could get a run where I beat Big Sad Lock without disabling the regeneration, but I've only done it once. And I think I mentioned this last stream. It took literally me getting, I think, every single attack speed relic. Or at the very least it was Chalice and the commandments, the chivalric commandments. And I had like 100 plus... ingots, and it was still actually kind of sketchy. I was genuinely surprised. Because you would think with that much it wouldn't be that hard. So, I don't know if I can protect that treasure chest, because I really don't want to... Well, you know what, there aren't ranged units on this map. I feel like I don't protect treasure chests nearly enough. But I think the only ranged unit on this field is actually the puppet here. But I always hate deploying my defender, especially in like the first few fights, like this. After, I'll let you drop Melinda. After like my caster or ranged units, because then if there is a ranged unit, they're gonna prioritize attacking Iris here. But I think we'll be okay. Yeah, I play IS2 a lot in my free time. I really enjoy this mode. Like, I think they did a really good job with it. I wouldn't say I'm super good at it, but and I do need to really diversify my caster characters. My lack of casters is such a huge issue. I've been meaning to raise Ifrit, although she is a bit of a niche case. I think she could work really well, like on this stage, for example. You could have her just cover this line and pop a defender here. But overall, I've just not been able to find any success with getting good casters. And then the units that I'm looking to roll on, because I generally try to make sure I'm rolling on, you know, newer characters as opposed to characters I could maybe get out of recruitment or just randomly while rolling on other banners. So, you know, there's that. But I would really like to get Gavial Alter, and then I can't remember what I can't pronounce her name, rather. But the other unit, the pink-haired sniper, that comes with her on her banner. I would really like to get Dorothy. She's, I think, one of the next few banners. And then I also would like to get, what's her name? Or, sorry, no, Texas Alter and, oh, there's the tutorials. I would like to get Texas Alter and, who else is, I think her name is Penance, that comes on her banner as well. So 3 banners that I'm really looking forward to. But we'll have to see. I'm actually going to go for the Hope here. I actually really like just the passive regen. We saw last stream on our successful attempt to the 4th ending how powerful that was. They added a new collectible with this last, like, expansion pack, I guess we could call it, for IS2, and it regenerates 2% of her HP every second. There was already one that does 1%. But with 6 Hope, we can guarantee we could get another 6-star item. Ooh. Emergency Op Beast Taming could actually be kind of dangerous for us. We don't have any healing aside from Spot right now. I'm thinking about what I'm going to do for positioning. That's actually, I think, a good spot for that. So the issue is, I actually did max out my Spot in between this stream and last stream, because I was thinking about that, and I do think Spot's supposed to be slightly better than using Cardigan. I just think Cardigan's a little bit more self-tanky because of the way their skills kind of work. But we'll have to see, because I'm debating, do I deploy all 3 right now? Or as I get the DP for them, or do I wait until maybe this guy or this guy kills one of my defenders and then plop one down afterwards? Because on this emergency op, or just the regular version of this stage, if you're going to run into trouble, it's from these 2. We need her to chuck her. Okay. There we go. Pop the skill. Yeah, I think the correct option is to wait because they're going to die. Although, we could actually talk about embarrassing. We could just straight up die. Oh no. That is unfortunate. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. That's really embarrassing. We have just enough lives that if Iris can kill 1 unit, we'll survive. Iris, please, Iris, please, Iris, please. I think we just died. Oh my gosh, that was really unlucky actually. I don't know if there was another way I could have really positioned that. Wow, that's really awkward. I was like, I'm gonna get a redemption arc on this monthly squad. That's the, we would have gotten to the 5th floor at the time my power went out, but that is technically 4 lost attempts. Oh my gosh. That was somewhat unlucky though, because I think we could have handled any other 1st floor emergency op except that one. We just didn't have any sustain. Granted, I could have maybe upgraded Shalem instead of picking up Spot. That might have done it. That's awkward though, I'll be honest. That is. Sometimes that's just how it goes though. IS2 is hard. It is. I really do like the monthly squad though, and like when you get those temporary recruitments, just because it's fun to try out units that you wouldn't normally try. I know Melantha is actually supposedly pretty good for when people do like 3-star op clears, but overall I don't really use her a whole lot, and that's one thing I can really appreciate about IS2 is how much they give value to the 3-star operators. And other operators too, like I've talked about it, I really like Project Red because I don't have Phantom, and I like having like an assassin type unit. I know people use Gravel a little bit more, but Gravel's more for like tanking quick hits, you know? I really like the idea, but Project Red I actually think is pretty solid in this game mode. And then I think I did turn on the, I want to say Japanese voice pack. I didn't mind a lot of the English voices though. It's just what I had on my phone that I was used to, and I remember I was hearing some and I was like, oh. But they were growing on me over the stream, so maybe I'll pick out a few of my favorites and like mix what we have. Yeah, I was talking about it too. I was really surprised that certain operators didn't have English voice actors. I mean, everyone who was in the anime, you would assume it probably has an English voice actor, but then I think W didn't have one. Who else was there that I was surprised? I was a little bit surprised that Lapland didn't. I get that she comes in a little bit later in the story, comparatively like Texas and Exia, but who knows? And there's all sorts of weird things, like oh, that's helpful. Early medic's nice. But, we don't even have an emergency op now. I can't help it, I get super greedy for emergency ops early too. I can't believe I was like, I'm gonna get a redemption arc here, and I immediately lost. I'm actually, let's try upgrading Iris. If this was a normal run, I probably wouldn't. Oh, I shouldn't have done that because I could have had Myrtle here. So I'm thinking about doing is just grabbing Fang for a little bit of DP regeneration. And then I'm debating, so buffing defenders could be nice for sure, but I actually think indirectly getting a quick upgrade on Telopsis could also help them be tankier, you know? Do we dare? After if I lose to another early emergency op, I'm gonna be really sad. Destitute Knights is this one. Okay, this one isn't so bad. With a promoted Telopsis, this shouldn't be bad. I do think... Oh, it's this version. For some reason I was thinking it was the version with the Cannoneer here. Well... Hold on. I'm debating. Let's throw Shaylin in real quick. I couldn't decide where I wanted to put Iris here, because if I put her here, she's a little bit out of the line of fire. She just won't be able to deal as well with, or really help at all with this guy. Which is probably fine. In fact, I could just hella drop Melantha. That would be close. Oh yeah, she's got it taken care of. We'll just pull her back now. But in all honesty, for example, if we'd had this emergency op last time, I think we would have been okay. I'm so sad. But I genuinely do think if I'd positioned a little bit better as well, we probably would have been fine. I make simple mistakes like that all the time when playing Arknights, that I'm pretty sure if I just played it slightly differently, I probably would have won. But that's kind of the learning curve of roguelikes at the same time. Oh wow, that really hurts. As soon as her skill fades, we'll drop this. Oh. Well, we won't die, but we are gonna leak 3 lives here. Oh, only 2. Jeez. I forgot how much that guy hurts. It's only the 2nd floor. I was thinking with the promoted Telopsis skill up, he at least wouldn't die until her skill went down, but that was not the case. I'm gonna pick up Lava here. I've been meaning to raise Steward. I actually know, I occasionally just look, when I'm looking through like Arknights content, I think the name of the channel is like Yi, but there's other channels that do like 3-star clears, like I was talking about, and I think it's really interesting. I'm not that good at the game, but I noticed they use Steward a fair amount actually. But I only have Lava raised for casters, so I usually just use her. 5 ingots for 3 health? Yeah, that's probably worth it. And I've talked about this last time, but... So, I think usually speaking... Oh, I can't do it when I'm in this. I was going to go back and check out the collectibles. So this one gives you one of like the Hand of Diffusion, Hand of Super Speed, those types of ones. I don't think I'm trying to think if you can get a different pool out of that. I want to say it's just that pool, but I could be incorrect. So I usually just go for the random collectible. That's not helpful either. Unless I almost die. Which, to be fair, that collectible is actually more useful in monthly squad, I think. Specifically because when you have temporary life points like you do once you've invested into... I think it's from the perspective investment system that gives you that. It's either that or the other... I can't ever remember. It's been a while. Those things that you do at the start, I always forget later on. But it's either investing into the bank or the upgrade you gain over time. It's like on the left side here. I'll talk about it once we get out of this run. But that particular collectible actually doesn't work when you have the temporary life point unless you let one enemy leak every single stage, which is actually really annoying. What do we have for Terrifying Legends? Okay. We still haven't seen Jetman on stream. I think we saw every other boss at least once. Ah. I mean, we could... Yeah, Support and Casters have attack, Guard and Sniper. See, that's actively not the greatest for me, because Guard and Snipers, even if we don't have them right now, like right now that's a decent buff to Iris, Guard and Snipers are what I rely on the most in my roster, and that's why I'm always really wary of taking that one. As far as this one goes, I really want to force Top Path, because it has a safe house and everything. We do only have 3 melee units, so what I'm thinking we might have to do is pop Lava and Iris on one side, and have the melee units hold the other side. This could backfire, admittedly, but at this point, me and this monthly squad don't get along, so... Oh, I don't even know if Fang can hold her lane. Okay, that is a little bit concerning. Because that makes me feel like maybe I should have had... Oh, I should have done that earlier. Yeah, I figured Malantha with her Dreadnought attack would be okay. Maybe we'll do like this. Because I do think these two casters should be able to hold the right side, these two lanes. And then we'd have to put Shalem here, most likely. But this has me in the concern of enemies could leak past Fang. And we won't have any coverage if they do get past her. And it looks like that's probably going to be the case. In fact, it might have been overkill. It looks like Lava could maybe just handle that side. I mean, she's barely hanging in there. But it goes back to what I'm talking about. If I had thought about that in advance, I genuinely thought Fang could probably hold this this lane. If I thought about that in advance, because Iris really isn't even attacking, I could have maybe put Iris here. And there wouldn't have been any danger of leak, but that's one so far. If I die again, I'm gonna be really sad. Yeah, this isn't gonna be good. Ooh. Yep. I think we're dead. Oh my gosh. I mean, failure is part of learning, but yeah, I'm just gonna... Oh gosh, dude, that's really rough. 2 fails, once again, right off the bat, because we did lose the monthly squad twice at the beginning of last stream as well. We'll give it one more try, and then I might just stop. But here it is, the preparation behind the scenes. When you first start IS2, you build kind of this up over time. I believe this is where you get the temporary life point that we had during regular operations. But at this point, I feel like I shouldn't go for Gathering Squad because we're not lasting long enough to get that. But when we did Support Squad, the issue we ran into was then we weren't getting any squad size up, so we weren't able to... Once we got to like the 3rd floor, we were just unable to do anything either. We'll figure something out though. Oh, and this stage again. When this is here, actually what I want to do is deploy Shalem here, Malantha here, because the stronger ones come down this path. And then we'll deploy Iris last. Could work. I will say though, all in all, I'm happy to even just get wins, like yesterday. I really did think we were going to lose to the 4th ending a couple times. Before we even got remotely close to a successful run. So I was pretty happy about that. But beyond that, you would not believe the number of runs I failed when I first started playing IS2. Like, if I'd streamed my first impressions of IS2, I think it unironically would have been about 20 runs of me dying before anything even remotely interesting happened. I'm just gonna do that now. Because ideally, if we could keep Malenta alive, which it doesn't seem like we can, barely. We're still okay though. No lives leak. But with this particular monthly squad, it feels like you need a medic early on, and then you need a little bit of extra DPS early on. Which, to be fair, are things that you need always. But especially, it feels relevant here. But with starting with support squad, that makes me a little bit sad. We could do a Ling run, actually. These are moments too where I wish I had like Podenko raised. I just don't like doing Ling runs. It's not really my playstyle. So we're gonna go for Orchid and a Reserve Caster. We'll have some decent early game ranged presence. I'm chickening out. I always go for the first floor emergency op, I feel, but okay, we'll do this. It still get it, you know, we still get a collectible out of this, so it could be worse. Ugh. Alright, so these snipers, if they shoot twice, will like knock your unit out, but should be fine. Debating who I need early on. Orchid's nice for the slow. We'll have Iris' skill up, hopefully. Probably Malenta for damage. Malenta's base attack stat is actually surprisingly high. Okay, here's where I think we put down the Reserve Caster instead of Shalem, because there's not actually that many units that come through this stage. And then that way he'll knock out the Reserve Caster instead of like Malenta. And just like that we do get less combat experience doing things this way, but it was a lot safer. But one reason I really like Support Squad is I feel like Gathering Squad and like Research Squad are really good scaling opportunities, getting extra command XP, getting extra deployment space and squad space. But Support Squad gets you a really good, well, sometimes it gets you a really good first shot because you can completely buy it out usually. It gives you a little bit of early hope because you always level up and get 4 hope off of that first fight. Then you're guaranteed to be able to immediately recruit an extra 6-star even if you had 0 hope before. So just stuff like that I've noticed over time, but generally speaking I think my preferred squads are the ones where you just start out with already promoted operators. I do think that just is generally such a big boon, because you also have to consider, in addition to having that extra power immediately upon recruiting, for example last time we did Vanguard and Guard, in addition to having that immediate power, that's nice actually, you also have the ability to have a little bit more leeway with your recruitment vouchers. Because like last time when we beat the 4th ending, we had I think 3, I know at the very least we used Neural Alter, Surtur, and Irene. And all 3 of those operators I think perform noticeably better, except maybe Neural Alter, when they are promoted. So that was 3 vouchers we needed for Guard instead of 6. Which does make a pretty key difference. We could go for Aya here, but I am looking for a card. That'll be helpful once we get a medic. This one, for the same reason that I was talking about that last collectible we got that we had to give up a life point for, I really don't like the one for Sniper and Guard, just because it feels like 90% of the time I'm offered a Sniper or a Guard, I'll be taking it. The support Escape Korean could have been good too. And here, I kind of want to go double Combat Ops Safe House. The encounter could be nice, but you don't really know for certain until you see it. Alright. Okay, and we actually once again did not get the version with the Cannoneer. I genuinely don't know if that's a first versus second floor thing, because a lot of times the one with the cannon is like the starting stage, but I couldn't tell you. The downside is I don't think Malenta will be able to 1v1 this guy, but we won't know until we deploy her and have her try out. But I do genuinely think part of getting better at IS2 is just having experience, knowing what deploys from each stage and all that stuff. I still can't tell 90% of the time if you get the Duck Lord or the Bear, but just having that kind of knowledge I think is really helpful. I am a little worried about this guy just destroying Shalem again, especially now that I don't have a healer, but I am going to use this skill on these two. Yeah, that worked out pretty well. Come on. Feels really weird playing this game on PC. Not terrible, but a little weird. I'm going to do the same deployment as I did last time though. I understand that Melantha won't be blocking, but there are only 3 more enemies and this isn't the emergency op version. Yeah, this guy's taking noticeably more damage. Yeah, like he didn't even reach Shalem that time on the emergency op. He completely destroyed Shalem immediately. I think it was also the stealth version too, to be fair. Alright. Specialist voucher. You know what? This is the point where I'd usually go for Project Red, but we're gonna go for Spectre Altar. I think that you should be pretty helpful. Actually, for this stage, I think that was the correct decision too. Not because I knew this was the stage we had, just because I got lucky, but... We do need a medic. Myrtle is nice because at E2, I mean she's not promoted now, but she does heal the units directly next to her with her skill. And she does also have the E2 passive where like all vanguards start to regenerate health, which is nice. But Spectre Altar should be able to handle all the units that come down here while dealing DPS here. I'm a little bit unsure of where to put Melantha, is the only thing now, but not a terribly big issue. In fact, I'm debating just having her Hella drop like here and taking care of a couple of the snipers. Let's see though. Now that I'm thinking about it, I actually don't know. I would assume it just puts you on like the middle difficulty for monthly squads too, but yeah, it has to be because you don't have the starting relics. When you do the hardest mode, you start out with a relic that like buffs every enemy plus has another, usually another effect, and then in addition to that, you do get a positive collectible, but it could be just about anything. So I've actually, in the hardest mode, I've started with like Chalice, which was hysterical. But I've also started with things that do absolutely nothing for me. I should have done this earlier. Maybe we'll give one of those runs a try. I will say on normal mode I usually do beat the run. On hard mode I probably win one out of every like 5 or 6. I get dumpstered all the time. I really need medic. Okay, I was thinking Lapland. Let's take Sharp. And then, what have we got? Promotion voucher or squad size? That's a tough one. Promotion for Spectre the Unchained would be nice. I think I'm actually going to take squad size limit though. It's the greedier option. But sometimes squad space just, oh, well. I was about to say sometimes squad space, as we've seen, is really hard to come by. But we'll see. It's another safe house. Do I dare go for an emergency op? I think right now we have a fairly fleshed out squad. We don't have any promoted operators. But in terms of like heavy hitters, Spectre Altar with her S2 is still pretty powerful. No. I was actually genuinely surprised last stream to find out that you could get the gain 1 hope, lose 1 hope encounter for Big Sad Lock on the 4th floor, because I'd never seen that before. This stage shouldn't theoretically be too bad because we have Myrtle for DP generation, but we still don't have a medic, which is a bit of a problem. Alright, I'm debating what I need to do here. Do this. This. That was a mistake. We're actually gonna do this. Uh-oh. That's... I really don't want to deploy Orchid right now. Let's do this. Huh. Well, this isn't good. So the idea I had there was that Melinda could probably kill this guy. And then, alright. You know what? Let's go do a normal run. I'll come back to this monthly squad. Oh, that is rough. Ah, oh, dang. The emergency ops on that monthly squad have just been biting me. I think that's actually where we've died most of the runs we've done. Is on emergency ops. Let's see. So that's the symbol for the 4th ending. You know what I kind of want to do is do a passenger run. That sounds pretty fun. So what we'll do is we'll do this squad here. I don't own passenger, but we'll borrow a friend's. If I can find one. There it is. Oh, this isn't actually someone I have on my friends list. It'll still work. I think the person that I had usually borrowed passenger from actually changed their support lineup a while back, but I can't remember for certain. Passenger's really fun though. If we get handed diffusion, oh, we get survivalist. If we get handed diffusion though, we do probably just win. We'll see. I do really want to show off a big sad lock run because I think it's actually a really fun boss. It's basically just a DPS race. And this puppet can spawn here too, that's interesting. So it's important to find out with survivalist floors is if the enemies will make it all the way through without dying. Because it looks like this stage is actually, yeah, it's not long enough. It's not ideal. So on survivalist floors, a lot of the time, the floor is actually long enough that, oh my gosh. The floor is actually long enough that enemies will straight up die before they get to the end. But survivalist is a brutal debuff to have. Because there's actually a pretty decent chance here that we takes a good chunk more damage. What I should have done is just let that first enemy go through and then deploy Cardigan further up, because Cardigan's self-healing. This is one of the reasons why I prefer her to spot in a lot of situations. Is Cardigan's healing will come up much more often, even if it is just for herself, so she can sit there and stall for forever. The game is not cutting us too much slack time today. I really don't like survivalists. I think genuinely though it's more doable once you have a medic. I really dislike that and solitary. The one that makes it costs 1 more hope to recruit operators, but 1 less. But there's the medic. Do we take a free Ceylon? You know, we'll try it. That is a point where I would ordinarily go for Telopsis, because I just really like Telopsis, but if it's free, that could save us some hope. We will actually, you know what, let's do it. Let's go for a big sad lock run. Alright, what do we got? Ben Spears. That's actually really helpful once we get guards. God, our press have 1 more block. That's situationally good. It's really good for Centurions like Blaze. I don't actually find myself using Blaze super often in this game mode, but it's not bad. Promote a defender, yeah. Specialist operators. That one's okay. I think I'm gonna take this and the extra life. Not the most useful shop in the world, but not bad. The life gives us a little bit of a buffer because we did go for proof of friendship here. And let's go for the... I know we have a bad track record, but let's go for the emergency op. We have a healer now. I don't use Ceylon a whole lot, but We have passenger. Oh, status resistance. Okay. That's helpful. But passenger, as long as passenger doesn't die to, say, survivalist, should be able to kill pretty much everything. I'm not even going to try to protect this treasure chest because we only have one melee unit. But I'm really, really hoping to get Hand of Diffusion because it's actually really funny. But when I do the caster, what is it? We have caster specialist immediate upgrade squad. I usually either start with passenger here from a friend, or I start out with my own Golden Glow. Which I do think if you're doing third ending, Golden Glow is pretty helpful. Her targeting is a little bit wonky though, because of the way that stage works. Because I do believe she does just do the default attack the furthest ahead unit, which I actually think people really like using, oh, what's her name? Ambriel, for the third ending, specifically because she attacks the enemy globally with the lowest defense, and I believe the little puppet things that you have to kill in the fourth ending, or the third ending, sorry, have almost no defense. But passenger skills here. So drops on that storm that strikes everything. The reason he's so busted with Hand of Diffusion is it makes, I think it's blast caster, chain casters, and one other type of caster recover SP every single time they hit with an attack. And every single one of those bolts counts as an attack. So if every single bolt hits an enemy from this skill, it gives him basically another charge of his skill, and he can just ult forever. It pretty much makes him a solo carry for anything within his range. I'm actually going to do Project Red this time. Maybe not the correct decision for this fight. I'm still going to go for it though. I think for this particular stage, Spectre Altar would have been better. But we will figure it out. The primary issue... Oh, just stepped on my... I think the primary issue we're going to run into is... we need a little bit of time to get enough DP to put down passenger. And luckily it looks like Project Red does just enough damage to buy us time for that. Let's get this set up. Ooh, he have skill in time because Cardigan alone I don't think can just 1v1. That's not good, okay. But this is where Cardigan being self-tanky does pan out really nicely. Most of the time. She might die, but for example, her skill being here, I think a Spot would have already died. Spot's skill does last a little bit longer, but Spot also, you know, has a much higher cost on his skill. It takes him much longer to get it up. You can see if he'd had skill up in time, he would have probably killed that one. I really hope none of those... Oh, Cardigan is holding out like a trooper. I really hope those bolts aren't actually hitting this guy because they won't do any damage. And you can see between like Ceylon and Cardigan's own skill here, she's been able to infinitely stall this enemy. That didn't kill. Okay, come on. Okay. This one will die. It looks like we're just gonna have one link. Actually, I think Passenger's skill does hit behind him. Yeah, so we're good. But I mean, you can see how powerful that is without the really broken collectible. So, I really like Passenger. He is a unit I wish I had, but it's kind of hard to get every single 6-star you'd like. Oh! Alright, well, we probably win. We didn't see Golden Chalice all last stream, and then we just randomly get it off an emergency op here. Redeployment of Vanguard operators down. That's not terribly unhelpful. If you're doing Heli Drop Bagpipe, I think that one's actually pretty fun. So what one do we have? Okay, it's not the worst thing in the world, but we are going to need some more anti-air here. So the question is safe house or boon? Boon gives us more, like, just that extra and one more chance. It doesn't look like there's an emergency op. So this will give us just one more opportunity for Hand of Diffusion, which will let passenger solo carry. This could give us squad space since we are nearing our max. I'm gonna be greedy because in all seriousness, if we get Hand of Diffusion, we do just win. Golden Chalice is also likely a win because we already have proof of friendship, and that artifact is really busted. So what I actually like to do here is do this. Because once Neuro's S1 goes through, she'll also help with these 2 lanes. Oh, I forgot we had that. She gains SP with every attack. So she'll get that skill much faster than normal. Yeah, Passenger can pretty much handle everything else by himself on this side. And then the bolts will kind of deflect through and hit everything else. It's actually really crazy. Throw Cruise maybe here. Does look like our deployment limit is actually right at our squad limit right now. We can hold off on deploying red actually. But yeah, there are a lot of really powerful casters in this game. Another one that obviously comes to mind in the community would be Aya. Aya's 3rd skill basically just turns her to an actual volcano. I don't know how else to describe it, that's what it looks like. And I'm wondering eventually when they'll put some of these operators in the yellow certificate shop. Because I know Mudrock is going to be in that shop soon. There's a lot of people who are waiting to just buy her from that. Because I still need to get, off the top of my head, Nightingale from that shop when she comes back around. Because in all seriousness, doing Tallulah stages without Nightingale is really painful. Occasionally I just borrow one from a friend, but it can be really rough. But we are probably going to want... I'm trying to think. In all honesty, the restoring 2 SP with each attack doesn't do much for Surtur. It does make her pretty much instantly up Twilight, but she only needs like 5 SP anyways. It could be good for like Irene, Guard Chen. There's a lot of really fun things you can do. It makes Lapland's skill come up much more often. I'm actually a really big fan of that Guard one. And there goes Passenger. We do need to find 2 more encounters though. Even with Chalice, I don't think we'll be able to beat Big Sadlock without disabling its regen. So, grab thing here. Would have liked to have gotten Myrtle there, but we're down a hope. Okay, this is the stage that just killed us on emergency op last run. The problem with this stage though, when you are using Passenger as your carry, is it's actually really hard to generate enough DP to get him out. Unless you have Myrtle. But I feel like that just kind of goes without saying. That's it though, S1 Neuro here can take care of these guys pretty fast too. And we have Project Red. If I can never tell actually, I genuinely don't know the difference for when there's one of these guys that'll drop in this upper left corner sometimes, and I don't know what decides which version of the stage you have. That is one differential that I've never been able to tell. Eventually we do get the enemies that require 3 block to block them, but I'm gonna put Passenger 1 forward. I'm pretty sure Passenger can just kill them instantly. But so far this run's got off to a pretty strong start. It is one issue that I have with the monthly squad though, is you wouldn't think it'd be as much of an issue as it's been turning out to be, but not getting to choose your starting squad actually really hurts. Because honestly, during that run, like Iris and Melantha, and Shalem to an extent, were growing on me, but none of those 3 units are units that I would willingly choose. I think the way they try to offset that is the monthly squads. You know, we do start out with Shalem and and Iris, 2 units that would cost a fairly decent chunk of hope. But I still don't know if I feel that makes up for it. And I was waiting to deploy these units until and same with passenger skill, until I knew if I needed it, but it doesn't even look like it's necessary here. Yeah, you can really see just the insane difference between doing this on normal and fighting bosses on on emergency ops. It's pretty insane. It makes sense because you get a collectible which is a permanent buff for the run, but it still blows my mind every time. We are actually just going to get Neural Alter upgrade. It doesn't help us for the Jetman fight coming up, but it's still pretty helpful. Hand of Diffusion, come on. Oh, that's new. All ally units have rest 15 and gain 1-time dodge. Okay. There's a decent amount of arts damage in IS2. I won't turn my nose up to that. I'm willing to give up 7 attack speed for the immediate future for this Blade Dance. We'll take it. I'm hoping for the other... There it is. Shield the puppet, and shield the puppet. So now there's one more encounter we need. So these scissors gives us... Oh, we actually got the ingots back from that last encounter too. I forgot about that. But technically, the worn out puppet is the only thing you need to do Big Sad Lock. But these scissors allow us to get one more encounter that disables Big Sad Lock's regen, and in all seriousness, if you don't disable Big Sad Lock's regeneration, that thing becomes practically immortal. It's so hard to kill it. It took a near perfect run for me to kill Big Sad Lock throughout regeneration. Like the attack speed relics, I had several other things going for me as well. It was kind of crazy. Drop Fang here. That way I can drop Neural Alter here and she'll still be able to put down the sword. I'm a little bit concerned about healing, just because Ceylon she's not doing a bad job, and she was free, but she's not providing as much healing as I would maybe hope we'd have. But you can also see visually, like, how much faster units attack, too. That's another really cool thing about the attack speed relics, is once you get to a point, it's very, very obvious, but you can just visually see it. Do we need healing on? Yeah, let's do that, actually. Another strategy I like to do, though, for Jetman is Jetman will take flight. You kind of saw it there for a second. He'll jump into the air for a quick second once he's blocked, and then that ability will periodically come up. So I usually stop him right about here or here. I want to say it was here. With, like, Project Red or another just throwaway unit. He'll fly over and he'll plop down right in front of Neural Alter. And now Neural Alter and Passenger can... They might not one-shot him here, but they'll do a lot of damage. Okay, nah, they killed him before he even jumped again. I'll take it. I'm debating where I want to put my other units. I'm actually going to stick Cardigan right here. And the reason for that is a bunch of drones will come through here later on in the stage. Now that Jetman's gone, that is probably the primary danger we might run into, is that the drones will come through and like kill our medics. So now they should target Cardigan here once they're close enough, yeah. The casters are probably still at Ceylon, but we got extra res off of that artifact. Which I've never seen that before. I assume that has to be new with the new expansion. Because the only collectibles since we beat the 4th ending that I think we still have to unlock are beating the new emergency ops without losing a life. Which, given her track record today and yesterday, might not be the easiest thing in the world, but we'll figure something out. And I should be deploying Red just to have her kind of deal with some of these enemies. Red's really, really obvious when you have extra attack speed, though. I think it's because she, like, throws up her knife and then slashes with it. And I am somewhat happy, though, even if it wasn't, like, the best time for it, that we got to show off how the Jetman fight goes. Because this fight is actually kind of a pain sometimes. I do think that the fight I prefer the least, though, in terms of the 3rd floor, is still far and away. It's got to be the puppet. If you don't have a multi-target medic, like if... Because I think we got Ceylon this floor, didn't we? Maybe it was 2nd floor. If you don't have, like, Telopsis or Soraya even, or something like that, the poison damage really starts to hurt. And it makes it really hard to hold that lane. So, because we're going for Bidside Lock, this is actually the only ending the 4 since we don't fight Lucian that I don't go for Rosa. In fact, I think melee units tend to be a little bit more important in general. I'm going to grab Talopsis. We were just talking about her. Having a second medic is nice as well for this boss. Pure Gold Expedition is really nice. The debuff on enemies is good, but we're still at the point in the game where I'd love to have more deployment limit and squad limit size. Alright, for this floor, I mean, we're gonna go for the... Ooh, it's not often that you see that. We'll get a choice of emergency ops. And here, it doesn't matter which one of these two we take, so let's see what we got. This one requires high anti-air, which we have. This one's the new one. Let's do the anti-air one. I think we'll be okay. Well, so the danger we'll have here is that we'll only have Cruise for a little bit. I changed my mind. I'm a little bit worried about starting DP, because we only have Fang still for DP generation. And so the early... I don't know if that was the right choice, but I got a little bit nervous thinking about it. I should have just dropped Fang, I think. Let's do... yeah, let's drop her here. We'll drop a medic and passenger here, probably. And then Neuro can hold this lane. I do remember the first time I saw this stage, though, I panicked because I thought these were going to freeze our units, making this spot really hard to hold. And thankfully that isn't the case. Let's actually drop Project Red and never start chipping away at this guy. Yeah, Neuro Alter is just such a good unit. Even if she herself only has 1 block, the fact that you can deploy a sword that has 2 makes her effective block when skill is up. You know, basically that of a defender's. And we still have that, yeah, look at how fast she's getting her skill back too. Oh, I should have deployed Project Red there. I just didn't see that going through. It's fine, we have the temporary life point. I will say, and I've noticed this on other games, it is a bit of an excuse. But I do genuinely have a harder time focusing on things like this when I'm on stream. It is a bit of an excuse though, if we're being honest. Because I have played it really badly. Passenger skill, just doing the long reach over. Because what's nice about it is you can see how big of an effective range it has. It, I'm actually gonna do this. But it has such a large effective range, just to begin with, and then it only has to target the center of the units it's hitting. So here, if it targeted the unit when it was right here, those bolts could reach over here, which is pretty insane. But I am thinking about what else we could use. Surtur is good for Big Sad Lock because it is effectively a DPS race. What concerns me about using Surtur is that we might not have the healing to keep her alive. And Big Sad Lock has such a just absurd HP pool that you do want to keep her alive for a good amount. That's really nice. Debating. Oh, Amiya's already promoted because whenever you have a caster or a guard voucher, you get the option to get either version of Amiya, whatever it's, I think, set to for you at the moment. I really like guard Amiya, but... honestly, all 5 of these, my Thorns isn't promoted, all 5 of these would be decent options. I'm thinking... you know, I'm actually going to try this. And my reasoning there is that we have... where is it? This artifact right here, which with her 3rd skill could end up being really good when you consider they're also attacking much faster. In fact, I'm probably just going to avoid chops for the rest of the run, because we might find something worth it, but it's unlikely. This stage shouldn't be too bad. I am definitely anticipating a little bit nervously how these emergency ops on this floor is going to go, though. Because I genuinely I didn't think they buffed anything. I thought they just added the new content for IS2. But it's been rough. We've been on the struggle bus. Do this. Let's see how this goes. The weird thing about this stage is like, it doesn't actually feel like you need that many units in specific. It's just that you need powerful anti-air presence. Because it's just these guys, the flying like crates that drop, what's it called, nervous impairment, and then the puppets. And there's only 2 more puppets. That said, what I might do is drop down. Oh, I did that a little bit late. I say drop Neural here, facing that way, and drop Irene that way. Meanwhile, we know now that Project Red can definitely outduel one of these. She'll die to the second one, but it's fine. Ooh. It's the other issue. This is the positioning I usually use for a couple of anti-air units. I don't know if it's ideal, because sometimes they just kill these things immediately and they just do a bunch of damage to themselves. Like, I'm pretty sure nervous impairment might actually just straight up one-shot Cruz if it happens. Oh! Color me surprised. Hindsight being what it is, that might have been a bad idea. But yeah, this stage usually isn't too bad. Because like if you have Exia, it's not an issue at all. If you have Rosa, you can sit her here positioned this way. There's a lot of options available to you. But I do think IS2 generally is balanced pretty well. I think most of the time, like the really hard stages, by the time you get there, you're strong enough to deal with them unless you had really bad voucher luck. Yeah, big sad log, huh? If we could keep Via Meta alive, she could dump damage onto Big Sad Lock. Chen the Holiday Chalter is really, really good if we can get her upgraded. I guess we'll invest in it. Because we do need more ranged... Oh. I'm really glad that isn't the emergency op, granted. If this stage was the emergency op, I would actually... we might die. But I don't think the emergency op can be... It's obviously a buff stage of one of the other ones. I don't think it can be the stage that you're... like the ones you've already cleared. If that makes sense. But the reason I usually well, not let, but have enemies leak on this particular stage is because the flying ones that come straight down here. It's not like the biggest issue in the world, but it's usually enough of a problem that it causes issues. This guy here might kill Fang at some point, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Wait for that and then drop that. Good to know that Passenger is still as strong as ever though, eh? Oh, we need a unit here. I don't know if red's enough. Okay, she only takes 3 attacks to kill those guys, so she'll be fine. That was probably unnecessary. Okay, yeah, that's helpful. I'll drop this. 2 fireballs went through to Irene, that's fine. Does that have the effective range to hit? No, it doesn't. Okay, I was wondering. Let's drop Chalter here, actually. And then Project Red's holding up really nicely. I mean, she was promoted for free, which is nice. I am waiting for the overclock on Chalter's skill. Maybe not necessary, but... her S2 isn't bad. The issue is unlike, say, Neural Alter, where her S2 is still somewhat usable, and her S1's okay. It's not the best thing in the world. I would say generally I would just prefer having you know, her S3 to S1. But Neural Alter still has uses for her other skills. There usually isn't a point in time where I'm like, I would really like to have S1 or S2 on Shelter over anything else. Which is where I think the versatility of Neural Alter is really hard to beat. Because so many operators do have certain skills that just outright overshadow others. To the point that like the other skill isn't even worth using. Caster? I think I'm just gonna save the, well... That's a tough one. Who would we replace? And how much hope do we have? Hopefully we get enough hope to upgrade Shelter by the time we get the next... No. By the time we get the next Sniper voucher. So here's we go. Shrouded in Clouds. This one's shouldn't be too bad. Oh, you can get that one because we had the stage earlier. So I know we'll get a new collectible if we manage to beat this stage without taking damage. The problem is, I don't think we will. I'm going to go for this one because I'm pretty certain we can beat it pretty reliably. Drop Cruise out for KO Bay. And hopefully Telopsis unupgraded healing is enough. I think we do have a squad that, generally speaking, once we get a few more promotions on Telopsis in particular, and maybe a Myrtle for DP generation, we should be able to beat Big Sadlock. I mean, we have Golden Chalice. It is a sad day when you lose with Golden Chalice, let me tell you. Drop this for now. Okay, looks like Telopsis' healing is pretty adequate for this too. Who do I want to deploy? Go with Passenger, maybe this way. I'm actually gonna... I don't want that exploding on my team right now. The downside is when Telopsis is promoted, she can actually heal this square too, which makes life a lot easier actually. Because then I could have put Shelter here without any danger. Curious how much damage this does. Ooh. Probably do now is switch this out for Neural Alter, and then we'll drop red to keep dealing with the side units. As long as no one gets one shot by the exploding bugs, I think we're okay. There's a big enemy that kind of comes towards the end, but I don't think that'll be an issue either. We haven't even been using Passenger skill now I think about it. I think it reaches this tile. It does, okay. Yeah, I'd like Irene promotion, a Myrtle, and Telopsis promotion, and Shelter promotion, but I think that's actually slightly less of a priority because I think we have enough DPS. What really is concerning to me for beating Big Sadlock here is having the ability to just deploy my units at the start. Because one way that I do find myself losing to Big Sadlock is falling behind in the early momentum. And when that happens, sometimes you just get rushed and you don't have time to set up. You can also kind of get around that if you have a ton of life points, but we don't. I think we have like 7 plus the temporary life point. Let's see. There's the hope. There is the Irene upgrade. That's nice. Great Irene. Oh, I just realized we haven't gotten the encounter to disable regeneration. If we'd forgotten about that, we would have died. That's really nice too. That actually could not have come at a better time. 2 free promotions. So now we need to go for as many encounters as we can. Let's just quickly map out. So there's 2 on the bottom path, 2 on the top path. No, there's 3 on the bottom path. Okay. We'll have to go through a mandatory emergency ops and we'll miss out on the safe house. I would like to think we'll be okay. I'm actually going to take the 20 ingots here. I know we talked about life, but that's also 28 attack speed because of Golden Chalice for every single unit. This one shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, right now we just need to make sure if we don't disable big size locks or generation, we actually might be able to with the squad we have. The issue is big sad lock doesn't just let you go hammer away at it forever too. Like the enemies that come through get stronger and stronger, so it is really a DPS race. Play Cardigan, just so we have enough block. Neuro's Sword will also block this thing, but I'm not exactly convinced that that'll be enough. Would also be really nice actually is we got the... Wow, Irene's skill does a lot of damage. If we got the one of the collectibles that gives you starting DP, that would also be really nice actually. Debating who... I'm probably just not going to play Project Red this stage because Passenger's pretty insane, KO base damage is pretty insane, and having an extra healer is good for safety. We could also pull Fang out here in a bit too. I'm surprised though, I feel like I have almost never seen... How fast does she attack? That's specifically why I actually went for KO. Her S2 with a high attack speed is really funny. It doesn't even do that much damage, she just attacks so fast. But I've heard there's like some weird things, like Kaoba in particular, it's actually, you're supposed to use her S2 over S3. I don't quite remember why. I think it's something to do with the targeting. Memory serves, she attacks highest defense. Versus, I'd have to look at all our skills again. I could probably figure it out just looking at it though. But, with the amount of attack speed Irene has, and then the getting 2 extra SP every single attack, she's gonna be pumping damage on Big Sad Lock. We did never get Hand of Diffusion, but I feel like at this point that's a bit of a moot point. Because we don't need to be infinitely skilling Passenger when we have everything else we've got. It's so funny watching KO do that. And her skill lasts for a good amount of time. Like I know, I want to say it was Yi. Hopefully I don't get in trouble for talking about other people's streams. I know some people don't like that. But he's like a pretty big Arknights content creator as far as Arknights goes. I think he made a video talking about like the comparison between like, for example, KO base damage versus AS, because AA has more burst damage, but KO base skill lasts for such a long time that it works out. Neither of these vouchers is particularly helpful to me right now. What I could do is, I don't think we really need a defender. If I had one more, 2 more hope, I'd consider getting Soraya, but we will level up with the next one, so, just gonna grab Spot. I doubt we'll have the squad space to deploy, really a whole lot else, but the extra ingots is actually nice. The issue is, if this encounter isn't the one we need, we will not be disabling Big Sad Locks or Generation, which is it's a problem. Let me tell you, it's a problem. And we'll have to figure something out. I will say Sarai is actually usually really good for this stage. This stage, there's a high chance of getting frozen, which is pretty obnoxious. Yeah, do this for now. So there's those little bugs that'll come through in addition to this thing just naturally freezing you over time. And then there's a drone that'll come through. Which if you have a global operator, like, it's actually something that Golden Glow is really good at. You can sometimes just take it out immediately. But a lot of the times, for me at least, that isn't the case. These guys also freeze. That's not good. Do this. I don't want Neuro to lose too much health here. Play KOB as well, actually. Oh, now that I think about it, if I had deployed... That might have been a mistake, because if I had deployed Telopsis right here, Because I can do this, right, and provide healing for Neural Alter. If I had deployed Telopsis right here, she could have healed like Irene. That said, I think we're okay. Because we have enough damage in the backline here that this lane going through isn't a huge issue. Cool. Would have been nice if Neuro's skill lasted just a little bit longer, because she could have killed this thing, I think, before it froze her. What I'm actually going to do is when this drone comes through, I'm just going to drop Project Red here. And she'll eat that so it won't hit Neuro. In fact, drop her skill here. And then these ones aren't a huge issue. We'll drop KLB skill now. This is actually not a strategy I've done a whole lot on this stage. Usually I just plop like Soraya here or here and allow her to do enough healing that everyone else being frozen isn't an issue until we get to these units. I really do get blown away by how much damage this skill does. It's really impressive. But power creep is also something that's inevitable with any game. Molinar, Neuro and Blemishine's father hard power creep Silver Ash from what I've been told. Couldn't tell you for certain, but I wouldn't be surprised. Collectible at any shop. I'm not even going to the shop. Let's grab Soraya. Why not? Extra little bit of AoE healing never hurts. This needs to be the encounter. It's not. We might be doomed. That's really unfortunate. So we never got our third encounter to use the scissors to disable the Big Sad Lock's regeneration. So we might lose. That's not good. I forgot we didn't put Shelter back in. Oh boy. I'm actually going to take Ceylon out. We have an absurd amount of DPS, but you'll see here in a sec. The amount of healing that Big Sad Luck does is slightly unreasonable. But it would be really cool if we could get another run where we managed to straight up beat him without disabling regeneration. But I don't know. The plan here is to... I think an enemy comes out here first. We need enough DP to deploy Telopsis and Fang. So that Fang doesn't just die. I mean, look at that. I know Fang doesn't do a whole lot of damage, but Fang is literally tickling him. I actually might slow down the fight just because of how often I'm going to be using Irene's skill. You know, we might actually be okay. I didn't think we were going to be, but we might be fine. I'm just gonna have Project Red probably hold this left side because I do want to deploy Neural Alter. Okay, yeah, there's that. Because we didn't bring along Ceylon, we don't have healing for the other side. So maybe we can't get away with deploying Neural Alter on the boss. That could be a problem. Because I'll be honest, if we disabled Big Sad Lock's regeneration, Big Sad Lock would be almost dead. And as you'll see, we're still kind of getting the same enemies right now. The longer this fight goes, the more dangerous the enemies that pop out are. Shelter skill. This is going strangely well. Like I was saying, I've only ever beaten... It's kind of funny, though, that this is happening. We're not even deploying Passenger. I think the DP cost is a little bit unjustifiable right now. If we had Myrtle, it'd be a little bit easier to do so, but... Yeah, we'll just have Neural hold this lane, actually. Huh. Okay, then. So... we went from failing the monthly squad 3 times to getting my second ever attempt at killing Big Sad Lock through regen. Specifically because we had Golden Chalice and an Irene that did an absurd amount of DPS. That is pretty funny. That was a nasty combo. That really didn't showcase the point I was trying to make. But I'm very serious about that. For a normal run that doesn't have attack speed relics and an infinite skilling Irene, the regen that you get off Big Sad Lock stalls the fight out so hard that a lot of times you just can't win. Yeah, the cat. I guess I could read this out loud, but I'm just kind of... I've read this a couple times, but like I was saying, it just, yeah, I'm just gonna skip it. The endings that aren't the last one sometimes have a bit of a dark undertone. There is one where we kind of help Phantom out of the whole, like, troop and everything, but there's just, like, that dark undertone to it. Okay, then. Yeah, that went much better than I thought it would. The question is, I mean, like, that's a good example, though. We didn't even see Mantle of the Wrongly Condemned ending encounter, and we didn't even see the encounter to get the fourth ending. And that's a big issue, is a lot of times you run into that kind of RNG, and it makes it really difficult to get what you need. If there was another squad that I was going to go for, I'd probably do this, actually. Let's go for the fourth ending. I would be insanely surprised if we managed to win first try again, but we're going to use Shelter. Like I was saying, I don't usually use Shelter for the Lucian fight, which we do have to do for literally every ending except the one we just did. But she's such a hard carry for the rest of the stage, so I think we're okay. A Bewildered floor is actually really nice. We can scout the floor after this first one. But for this squad, we have insta promote on medics and snipers, which is alright. We'll have to see how it goes, though. Probably do 6. Do a cardigan here. I'm afraid if I put her 1 or 2 squares up, I don't know the exact range of these puppets, actually. But I would really prefer that they don't hit my shelter or my cardigan for no reason. Like, you can see just, like, what this skill does. It's insane. You know? You get this big attack range, double attack, they deal damage twice. The trait affects all enemies, which is nice, so you don't have to worry about them being in the row in front of them. Ground enemies passing over have 45% lose movement speed and 220 flat less defense. And then each attack sometimes doesn't even consume ammo. It's insane. This unit is somewhat overloaded. I mean, it won't stop me from using her, but Shelter is pretty gross. I will say I really liked Chen in the anime. I'm not usually into the tsundere type. But I think the voice actor really sold her for me. I will say when you're using Shelter as your carry, the one spot that you are vulnerable is when she's reloading, i.e. when her ammo goes down and she's using her skill again. I kind of doubt that'll be a problem here. Unless we get... I was going to say, I think 22 we didn't have Duck Lord. But Shelter as well, you have to consider, if you get the Bear or the Duck Lord, can just, as long as her skill's up and she has like 5 shots, she'll just insta-kill. Kill them and you'll get a free collectible. It's just crazy. Like, this unit blows my mind. 6 hope. We will be getting... Okay, an early Myrtle is nice. I was hoping for either that or a guard voucher. So we don't actually have an emergency op. And we'll have double encounters on... Oh, we do. I didn't see that. I would much rather go for double encounter, though, because that gives us a higher chance of getting the... Well, I'm debating. Do you even want to go for the, You know what? I changed my mind. The downtime wreck, the issue is it's probably going to be a dead node. Because I usually won't do it. Yeah, like, I don't think doing the stage is usually worth it. But, and I talked about this last time, sometimes I think that the danger with doing the fourth ending will be that first emergency op you have to do, and I know a lot of times those ops and stuff scale with your floor, could genuinely be a little bit dangerous. But that being said, I don't think it'll be dangerous enough to worry about. As far as shelter positioning goes, I'm not sure if I put her facing, like, because if you put her, I don't have a healer, right? If I put her here, I can either face her this way, but then she won't hit... I'm gonna try that actually. I've never tried this before. When her skill's up, she'll still be able to hit this entire line. But I think her skill will be up by the time this guy gets down here. She just won't be helping with the wolves as much, but this early on I don't think that's actually a concern. Yeah, that's... yeah. This skill is so gross. Hopefully she doesn't run out of ammo by the time this guy gets around, but even if she does, I don't think it's an issue. Like, those bigger wolves are genuinely pretty tanky, and she's just one-shotting them. Yeah, the RNG chance to not consume ammo too is pretty insane. Yeah, ammo-based skills have 20% chance not to consume the ammo, like... And when you consider how much damage every single shot does, you can see sometimes that didn't tick down. Like, it just... the character's insane. Okay, that's good because I wasn't planning on using a caster. This is a bit tough, because I actually think for the 4th ending, Spectre the Unchained could be really good. Because we are seeing, I think the solution for dealing with the playwright is you just need lane holding, and then the ability to drop like a Surtur or a Spectre the Unchained second skill on him. I'm still going to grab Project Red. I don't actually think she's as good for that purpose because she dies too fast. But I really, really like Project Red. I think I'm in a bit of the minority there. Because I think if you have Phantom, most people would rather just use Phantom. A few other things like that, but I really like Project Red. I'm not even going to attempt to protect these chests on this stage. I just... not on this stage. Not a fan. So we have Shelter out. We don't need to worry about Myrtle. Myrtle with her skill doesn't block, but... can't say I think that's a huge issue when Shelter's there. But I've been meaning to. I actually upgraded my Gravel, and I think I gave her Module just this last weekend because I've been meaning to try her out a little bit more. Because people do generally prefer Gravel to Project Red. Actually, I can just do that. But the purpose that they serve is very different. You know, one's meant to tank a shot here and there. Like, one of the lower operator, like, rarity clears that I've seen for the Tallulah stage actually involves using Gravel to tank, like, 2 fireballs over and over and over. Which makes a lot of sense, but... whereas, like, Project Red isn't going to do very much damage, if any, to Tallulah, and she'll just die instantly. But strategies like that are, like, super, super cool to watch. I just find it fascinating because people get so creative when it comes to things like that, that I would just never have even thought of. And, oh, do we actually have Duck Lord? That's because I'm actually going to do this. Yeah, we do. And the reason for that is it'll save an extra shot off of Shelter. She only has 3 shots unless she doesn't consume ammo. Which could be bad. We'll drop her. Do a little bit of damage here. She's doing decent damage for, you know, an unpromoted Project Red. Oh, okay, no, we're good. Free collectible whenever the duck or the bear shows up is very important, though. Unless it's something terrible, in which case it's less important. That's nice. That's real good. And then we'll grab this. I do want, ideally, at least 4 guard vouchers when we have hope. Because like I was saying, I want to upgrade Neural Altar. I want... oh. Nice. Grab Tolopsis. We're sitting pretty good, actually. I could grab one of these. You don't really need to upgrade. You know what, actually? Because I would like I would still potentially like to use Spalter, and I would like to upgrade Project Red. So I like grabbing this for whenever possible for the ones that we won't be actively using. I would love more Bewildered Floors here. I'm going to go for the double encounter, because we do still need to get the 4th ending. And we might, there's a very real possibility that, oh, I've never seen this stage before. Oh, no, we have. Have we? No, I think I'm thinking of a different stage. I actually don't think we've seen this one on stream yet. I'm not aware of how many new stages they actually added here. I thought we'd seen a stage with a similar layout to this one, but I could be wrong. But I don't know, because, I mean, we saw last time, the first attempt we did for the 4th ending, we just straight up didn't get the encounter we needed. And so we still, I mean, we lost Lucian, but we still fought Lucian. It makes me nervous on these encounter-based endings just because there's no guarantee. And nothing feels worse than having a really, really good ending when you're going for like an unlock or a squad completion mark, and the game just doesn't give it to you. It actually makes me really sad every time. I don't think we need to deploy these two. I'm going to hold. But S1 Neural Alter does work really well because unlike S3, where you really want to leave a space for the sword, you know, S3 still lets her attack the extra range and actually gives her some wider range. I could set like a tank in front of her or even like another guard, and she'll still just attack over them, and then once the skill is active, that's permanent. S3 doesn't get that extended range permanently. So there are still niche benefits to having S1. That being said, when I have access to S3, I'm probably using S3 on her. There we go. That stage wasn't too bad. I do think when it comes to just regular stages in IS2, and maybe just Arknights in general, the dangerous parts, in my opinion, tend to be the very beginning, when you potentially don't have the DP to do anything. We got a tactical prop. I never use these. Okay, so this is the one that does a bunch of damage in a small area and amps damage they take. Not bad. But anyway, sorry, continuing that. It's at the beginning of the stage when you don't always have DP to do what you need to do. It's not encouraging. We'll be greedy though. And then at the end, when you have like your super dangerous enemies coming through. But for how, like, we're only on the 3rd floor, we're actually absurdly strong. What? Mind the doors, okay. That could be a little bit obnoxious. There's actually, we need to go top path here, because there's 2 encounter opportunities. I could do that. We have 13 hope. We got Royal Breach again. That was actually a pretty helpful one. I'm going to go for the safe house, because that could give me a promotion voucher. It did. Perfect. Beast fighting. I'm really glad we have Project Red. Project Red specifically is really good for this stage. But I am starting to get concerned because I really don't know what the latest you can still get your stuff for the 4th ending is. Because in general, you also just have to consider if we don't get... Oh, I learned something new today. So ordinarily, when you deploy operators on this stage, they start out at half health. Apparently that counts as a hit of damage, because the collectible that we just got, the Royal Brooch, negates, it gives you a shield to negate the first hit of damage they take, kind of like what Mudrock naturally generates, which means that that does count as that first hit of damage, because they're spawning in at full health. I had no idea that was a thing. It's helpful, but I had no idea that was a thing. But as far as things we need Rosa, we need Surtur. That's probably the bare minimum. Soraya would be nice, no, we talked about that. Another medic in general would be good. But those are what I consider to be like the necessities at the moment. We save Neuro skill probably. It doesn't take too long to generate. I'm trying to remember how much SP it costs. But it's enough that I don't want to use it just willy-nilly on this stage. You should have the big boy come through and then you have these guys. Although I just remember we also have shelters go. Sometimes I just forget, like I tune out. Is what I was talking about, not always being able to focus as well. I just don't pay enough attention. I could have activated that a lot earlier and not wasted half of the ammo. It doesn't matter, we didn't lose any lives, but stuff like that happens sometimes and I'm just like, oh. Because even in the Big Sad Lock clear, there were several times I think Irene's skill was up for a couple seconds. So we could have killed Big Sad Lock a little bit faster too. We have really good hope gain right now though, I'm really impressed with it. That's really good. Okay, you know what? We'll do third ending. It wasn't what I was going to do, but at this point, why not? This ending is really, really hard though. It does mean we probably want to go for Golden Glow, not Surtur. For third ending, I feel like what's important to have is Hella Drop and or Global Range. I did not deploy Project Red quite fast enough because that puppet still got through. This is the only unit I think that actually goes through on... You know what? Let's be greedy. Maybe I was a little bit too greedy there. So I think to protect this one ingot we get, that's actually the only unit that comes through that side, which is why I did that. But admittedly, that was pretty greedy, and it almost backfired. Go ahead and call her back now, drop a healer. Yeah, I wasn't really planning on doing the third ending because I really don't like doing the third ending. But it's kind of just how things are working out, so I guess we'll do it. But this emergency op isn't too bad. I do think part of the reason we're struggling so much with the other emergency ops is just that we don't really know how they work yet. Once I'm able to formulate like an actual strategy, it should probably be a lot more doable. I forgot how long those mines take to arm. For some reason I was thinking in my head it was instant. Not that it matters, we still instantly killed that puppet, but that's good to keep in mind. There's a few tools like this. There's one that like pushes enemies back. There's one that lets you retreat an operator and significantly reduce the redeployment time, which that one actually can be really helpful. If you have a unit that you know is important and is about to die, sometimes just being able to call them back and ensure that they're back sooner in the fight is really helpful. But for the third ending, you have 2 lanes that you need to hold while just spam dropping to kill the puppets. Project Red is actually pretty good at it, but we'll see. I have a feeling this ending would be a lot easier. Ooh, that's nice. If I had... one sec, I'm trying to debate on who I need. We need squad space, first of all. But for the third ending, we need to be able to kill Lucian. Which, for Lucian, we have our boss DPS, more boss DPS, dealing with the puppets on the right side. It's a tough call, actually. Exia is actually really good for the 6th floor stage, a lot of them. Let's do this. I don't know if that's the right call. Project Red upgrade could be good, but I would assume we'll have a chance to do that again. Replace Orchid with Exia. And hope that once again we got the correct spawn. Because when the golem spawns bottom right, it makes me die a little bit inside. Perfect. I'm not joking about that though, I really hate it when that boss spawns there. We could actually throw a mine right here, now I think about it. It's a little bit of a waste of the early DP, but I'm going to do this. Pop Myrtle skill, and then try to drop Rosa ASAP. But Rosa should be able to chew through the golem eventually. It's not the probably best option for it, but it also, you have to consider, is from a safe distance. Because he's not going to just knock her out. I could have waited for that for this caster, but drop our healer here. It's nice that Telopsis is already promoted for free because it means that she can heal this spot as well. Yeah, this golem just actively makes me unhappy. Once he gets in Shelter's range, shoot Shelter will probably just kill him, but I'm waiting to deploy Neural Alter until the golem dies, because I really just don't feel like having Neural be stunned a bunch too. There we go. So we tag Project Red out, put this in, and then drop. We have such a high deployment limit though, it's always awkward. I don't know, it feels bad to have more squad limit, and then you just have a bunch of operators you can't deploy, but I'd almost rather have that than have too much deployment limit, because I can't do anything unless I have like a summoner, or maybe like Calcit. Because here I just have a dead deployment space. So, I don't know though. Either way, like, having a healthy balance is, you know, the ideal situation regardless, but... We'll see. But that was a relatively safe clear. That's usually about how those clears go for me. It's why I was so surprised that last stream, why we had such a hard time when we actually let the golem leak. Because the golem never leaks. I was like, oh, that's awkward. So it's either promote red here or grab Surtur. I'm gonna go for the promotion just because we don't have the squad space right now. For this ending, we do have to... Ooh. That's actually really cool. That's really good for like Rosa, but we have to take stand-in actor for the third ending. And now we just have one more encounter that we need. So we do want to maximize encounters, but I'm thinking about doing is going top path here through the Rogue Trader, doing this encounter, and going down to the emergency op. Life points, that's fine. You can, if you really want to, try and save up enough life points to just tank the boss, but that almost never happens. I've done it once. It was really funny. You just ignore Lucian or something like that and just let Lucian walk through. But I'm actually really glad we have upgraded Project Red. It means she'll be able to take care of that thing a little bit faster. Who did I play first? Let's go with Neural. This stage everyone does just constantly lose life, but not a huge issue. Our DP cost will remain higher though for Mantle of the Wrongly Condemned until we get the last encounter. At which point I think it actually ends up being 1 or 2 lower than it normally is, which is nice. I'm not protecting that treasure chest, it's not happening. Even though we have a shop coming up, it just... Oh! Not gonna lie, I forgot that one came through there. What we'll probably do is once we generate some more DP, we'll put like Rosa here facing down, and then we'll just take Myrtle out. Because Myrtle does only have 1 block, and honestly, I just can't be bothered. Although we could just put Cardigan in front of her now, I'm thinking about it. I've had this stage before with Survivalist though, and the Poison Haste, the constant HP leaking on both of those things stack, and it was horrifying. I ended up being okay because I had Soraya and Telopsis, but it was horrifying. It was so scary. I just remember just immediately doing like that first deploy I did on like Project Red and just seeing my character's health just sink. I'm trying to remember if anyone else, any other units deploy here. I don't think any more of like the long range come through this way. Yeah, I think we're good. The remaining 6 are this wave right here twice. I'm not really using my mines though. I keep thinking about that. I see them and then realize I didn't use it. And I tell myself to use it the next time around, and then I see it again and realize that I didn't use it. We didn't even have to use like Rosa's skill here. There's one for Besiegers and I think a couple other types that make them insta-kill enemies at like 30% health. And that lets her just insta-murder the puppets on the right side too in the Lucian stage. I don't think it's necessary, but it's kind of funny to see. How close are we to... You know, we'll level up here in the next fight. We'll go ahead and just pick up Soraya. He could bite me, not going for every single encounter, but... well, at the same time, no. If we go this side, we have to take downtime rank. I think Rogue Trader encounters higher value. The Iron Hammer. Ooh, point out pretty toy. We won't get too much attack speed out of that, but... Oh, and apparently we have the one that gives us a free... Didn't realize we had that. What's this? Oh, defense. I don't think that's necessary. That's not helpful. That's the Ling buff. So the issue here is I don't really have anything I can get. Like Vanguard or Guard, I could upgrade Myrtle, I suppose. That's all I can really do here. An Elite HR Dispatch Letter, I'm not gonna have... I guess this is cheaper, so I can just do that for one less ingot, but I don't have enough hope to really recruit anything else. The Iron Hammer, you know what? There is a shop on the last floor. So there's a chance that we save at least. That's only worth it, I think. You know, obviously, if we save at least 12 ingots. Which I don't know if we will. Another free recruit, huh? Not really necessary, but it looks like we got Defender and Supporter. Bob's Beers, it's this one. We should be able to handle it. We have Exia, Chalter, and... we have Exia, Chalter, and Rosa. If we can't do the emergency op version of this stage, I'm going to be really sad. Sometimes timing Exia's skill, her S3 though, is a bit awkward, I'll be honest. I don't remember how early on these units move, but I think we have time to just deploy Rosa. These two alone you would think would be able to just deal with everything there. Uh-oh, wait. Oh, I messed up. Oh my gosh, why is that doing so much damage? Hold on. We're good. And then we're gonna do this and this. That was a little bit sketchy, admittedly. I'm debating what I want to do here. What I think I'm gonna do is just do this. Oh, that it got through. I didn't even notice. Nura will only be able to attack through Soraya here when she has skill up, and she won't be able to drop the sword, but it's fine. I would much rather have the sustain than, I mean, have her die. Oh, I think that one was gonna go through. We could just drop like Shelter here. I don't think it's necessary, but okay. Come on, and now. It's really good to see that even on the emergency op, it doesn't just one shot. Because that was a bit of a concern. Pop this now. Now, I do think taking multiple hits from that would be a big problem, but... Yeah, if we took a multiple of these, it'd probably be bad, but... Whenever Exia skills up, the drones die instantly. Whenever Rosa skill up, we can hold them in place. So... yeah, we can just let that one go through, and then this one will, hold. Very nice. Just this unit here and this one. But yeah, that stage, I mean, we're lucky here that we have such an insane anti-air presence between these three units, all being upgraded. Because that stage is horrifying when you don't. But sometimes it just takes the right setup. Alright, ooh, elite. So we can choose whoever we want. So... just thinking. Soraya upgrade I actually don't think is necessary. I think what it comes down to is now we just want hella drop units. We need more squad space for it to work. But at this point we just want more units for the third inning that we can drop and have take out some of the puppets. Because we have lane holding. I usually use Neuro Alter to hold one lane and like Soraya and a healer to hold the other. Another healer could be nice, but Soraya kind of helps fill that niche. The other option is go for Golden Glow. We'll try it. Golden Glow has 3, like I was saying. Sometimes the targeting is a little bit weird. I don't really have a need. You know what? Hand of Super Speed? If we get Hand of Super Speed, it'd be really clutch. Oh. Okay, so you can get other fossil options from that. Go figure. Bewildered Last Floor I actually can really appreciate. We're going to go double encounters unless we get the... Wait, that's not it. We could give up 8 ingots to give minus 15 attack speed to enemy units. I don't actually think that's necessary. Sorry, dude. There it is. Abrupt Realization. So yeah, we go positive 1 DP cost because Manto gives plus 2. 5% attack, defense, and HP. So now we're guaranteed, assuming we don't, die, to get to the 5th floor. Surprise Factory is another stage that we should not have an issue with. But I'm just thinking. So units that I've used before just to drop and kill like 1 or 2 of the puppets on the last stage. Obviously Project Red. I have also used... What else have I used? I've used Scotty. I've used Surtur. If I wasn't using Neuro to hold lane most of the time, that also does work. This stage, even in unupgraded Soraya, I can just hold these snipers here. Because they come in pairs. And even if it takes her forever, she can deal with them eventually. I do want to deploy... Uh-oh. So that's gonna blast Shelter, but I'm gonna do this anyways. Yeah, that kind of hurt. Shelter, I need you to get up, and that also works, actually. Oh, they got that the treasure chest. I didn't think they would. That's a tad bit disappointing. I'm debating. Hold on. Do this 1 tile back. Golden Glow S2 isn't unhelpful, but I think for the purposes that we're about to try and use her for, we do need S3. We should at least be able to protect this treasure chest, though. These snipers do not come in often enough to even remotely be a threat. My chair is squeaking super bad. I've been wondering, I've been meaning to go back through last stream and hear it, because it's one of those chairs that when I shift on it, because I like to sit on my feet a lot, it sounds like I'm just ripping a huge fart. And I'm just sitting here in my chair thinking, I wonder if that's going through the mic. And Exi is, I believe it's the Japanese BA, is really, really good. I mean, it's where all the apple pie memes started. Yeah, this stage is another one. We've actually been getting a surprisingly large amount of anti-air stages, given that we have, extreme anti-air capability. That's kind of what you get, though, when you get the sniper immediate upgrades. But we've also gotten kind of more sniper vouchers than I was expecting. We didn't level up there, which is unfortunate. Because it would have been nice to get a little bit more there. I think what we might do is just grab Ansel. It's another medic. Not the best, not the worst. Red Mist. Where are the rest of the encounters? So all of the rest of the encounters are... Oh, wait, we don't need encounters because we already have Abrupt Realization. I'm an idiot. I'm still kind of tempted to go top floor for the extra emergency ops. It could be dangerous. But what's life without a little bit of risk, It's a bit unfortunate that we leveled up there, because I was going to upgrade Golden Glow. If we'd had 3 more Command XP, we could have done that instead. Oh, I will say, there's a potential issue that we might have this stage. I'll mention it. I'll talk about it in a sec. Well, actually, we could talk about it now, because we're not really in any danger. So on this stage, there's enemies that come through here that reduce the block of the unit, blocking them by 1. And the reason that's a potential issue is, well, A, Project Red only has 1 block. But B, if I need to deploy Neural Altar here to hold this lane, and there's a point where 2 of them come through. That said, what we'll probably just end up doing is we could have, like... Hold on, I want to do a DPS test on this real quick. Because that could change my strategy, because if I can just have Exia take care of the one that comes through here, even without skill, I could have timed that better. I didn't know when it came through. Let me see. Because usually what I like to do is have Rosa here so that she deals with the big enemies that come down here. What I could also do, she won't receive Telopsis healing to do this. Wow, the enemy that comes through here comes a lot later than I thought it did. What? Okay, yeah, at least when Exia's skill's up, she can take care of that side. Because I was thinking this is an emergency op, it could be somewhat dangerous. It wasn't. Do this maybe. We actually have the perfect number of squad to deployment rate space. We can basically deploy everything that we have active, which is nice. I could also do like this. Because I honestly forgot that we had them. Wrong person. With that. Yeah, we'll be fine. This is not the positioning that I usually use, but it's not proving to be an issue. I will say we don't really have any buffs for Neural Altar. So she might not be able to solo kill Lucian in the way we've been doing on stream. Which is the way I usually do it. I can't say I think it'll be a huge issue though. I could actually just drop this here now. She'll hit this guy too, and it's just these 2 enemies left. I mean, even without the true damage from blocking, enemies being blocked by the sword, Neural Altar does a ton of damage. It's actually kinda gross. There's the level up. We got 13 health from that. Forgot you get that much. Neither of these is... Both of those are ones that are really good to get early mid-game, and they're not that helpful now. What do we got? It's gotta be Golden Glow upgrade, I think. Because the problem is you don't get that -2 for upgrading operators. It's only for recruiting them. Could be helpful, though. Yay. This might be Knight's Duel. It is Knight's Duel. This fight, I doubt will be an issue, but this one... I keep saying this about certain stages, but there are certain stages that I do tend to die to. Like, if I'm not going to die to the final boss, there's a short list of stages that, like, okay, this one could kill me. That wasn't where I should have put Myrtle. Oops, it's fine. We can just do this. I usually put Neural Altar here so that she drops the sword here. I just messed up. Can I? You can deploy it under their feet. Okay. So we drop Medic here. I'm actually gonna do this here. I want to put Shelter here so that she just blasts the enemies in front of her. Do this. Interesting. So I'm pretty sure the issue with using Golden Glow on the third ending is I'm pretty sure she just always attacks the furthest ahead enemy unit, which is normally not a bad thing, because that's normally what you want. The problem is, when you want her to attack the puppets, and I think that's where Ambriel attacking the enemy with the lowest defense is preferred, that's not always what you want. Sometimes you want her to just straight up attack the enemy with the, that's not what I meant to do. Sometimes you do legitimately want her to attack the enemy. I should maybe be recalling Project Red to get the DP back. But sometimes you want her to be attacking like the puppets with the global range, and that's not what she does. Which is annoying, but again, it's one of those things that has to be coded a certain way. I've heard people make like, I've seen people make like fan arts of the Candle Knight being a playable character, because I'm pretty sure she's from the Commissaires event. Yeah, that stage is not an issue with the sheer amount of DPS we can output right now, but again, sometimes you have runs that you just have very low DPS. You don't have a whole lot of hope gain, you don't have a lot of good collectibles, and it causes a problem. Ooh, that's... Wait, no. Why am I going, ooh, that's a tough choice? This is literally the same thing, but it gives you a squad size limit. I'm an idiot. I'm sitting there like, oh. I wonder if that stacks with Rusted Iron Hammer. I've never had these two things together for a shop. Upgrade Soraya. Oh, wow, we got it. This path, I wasn't thinking this was what was going to happen. This path has worked out really well for us. We got 2 encounters that give us collectibles. We have the 4-leaf clover that gives us a choice between collectibles. Like, this is working out more than it has probably business doing. These little beasts do split up into 2 more enemies. So you gotta be aware of that. Oh, let's do this actually. We let an enemy leak. Oops. I didn't think about that actually, if I'm being honest. Yeah. Once we have a shelter down, it shouldn't be an issue. This guy does hurt a lot. I actually don't know if we've even seen him since we've been streaming this game. Now that I think about it, I'm not sure. Alright, maybe throw down a healer. And then once the bear gets in range, we just have Rosa hold him in place. So that Shelter can pick on him. And that was a lot easier than I thought it might be. I mean, it's funny because he mentioned it, but we're doing the monthly run attempts first, and it just I sit there and think, I'm like, if somebody tunes into the stream and they just watch the beginning of the VOD, it's just a compilation of me failing the monthly squad the past 2 streams. But then we've been getting these godly runs to the other ending. I mean, the Big Sad Lock run was really powerful. This run's really powerful. I would be very surprised if we lost to the speaker this run, in all honesty. But we had a Big Sad Lock run where we straight up beat Big Sad Lock without the regen disable. And this one's doing really well. But if you look at just the first few runs we did, they were terrible. It was like, it was bad. Deployment limit or squad size limit? I'm actually going to go for the deployment limit. That might be wasted, but it might also be very helpful if we can get the squad space. Actually, are we even going to a shop? I am curious if that stacks, but let's do this. Random collectible. Yeah, we are going to shop. It would be really cool to get quarter price shops, and we do have this rogue trader plus the one at the beginning of the next floor. I'm still not sold on it though. Spectre Altar though. Spectre Altar should be pretty worth it though for dropping on those puppets. We've gotten a lot of collectibles this last 4-leaf clover has actually been worth its weight. Because sometimes you get 4-leaf clover and I actually don't think it is. But it's working really well. I'm gonna be greedy here and drop Myrtle to generate some DP real quick. I can never remember how early on these 2 guys move. But even on the emergency out version, especially now that Soraya is promoted, should not be an issue. But we're gonna get a free collectible as well, like with purchase on the next shop. Like, we're doing real well for ourselves. And it does look like we are correct to take the 2 hope deployment limit instead of the squad limit because we've still kept pace. Exactly the deployment limit and squad limit. I'm just gonna do that. I would like a better unit than Spot, ideally, though. Sorry, Spot, but I can't say I'm too thrilled to be like, yeah, we can use Spot. Just gonna do... I mean, I don't even think it's necessary to deploy any of my melee units, to be honest. Because Soraya can hold her lane, these guys can hold this lane. There's just no danger to the rest of this stage. I could just sit here and not click anything else and we'd be fine. Like, in all honesty though, generally speaking, I've done this stage with just like, even the emergency op late game version with it, with just like a Cruz and a Rosa. Like, we have absolute overkill for anti-air for this stage. Honestly though, IS2 has given me a whole new appreciation for Cruz especially. But a few other units, yeah. Ansel's another one. Like, it's nice when games make modes like this. Genshin does it with some events where they kind of force you to use different types of units as well as different units in general. And that sometimes does it a little bit, but not quite the same way. We don't need hope. I don't even think we'll spend the rest of this hope. I'm going to keep Lone Wander. You never know what it'll be, but I'm going to grab that Elite HR. So, to upgrade Spalter or get another Hella Drop unit. Who's cost more between Skadi and Surtur? I mean, the thing is, I'm planning on using S2 Spalter regardless. So I don't feel the need to upgrade her. I'd rather just have another unit that can drop in. Ooh. We'll try this. Alright, what do we got? Oh, game, you're too kind to me. Vanguard operates have... Okay, that at least gets us Myrtle on the stage a little bit faster. Oh my gosh. That's pretty funny. We didn't see Golden Chalice at all last stream, and now here we are, a second run. It would be helpful if we were going to the 4th ending, granted. This would be such an OP run, but we never got the encounter. But I can't believe that, that's so funny. I don't really have anyone else that I want to replace for this immediate fight, so we'll just go with this. Ideally, we would get one more squad space. But yeah, shouldn't be a problem. I just can't believe we got Chalice again. Because, I mean, you'll see those like, you can go on and find YouTubers that do, like, specifically runs where they just get the attack speed relics and then they never spend any other DP, and it's hysterical. Because they end up with such, like, crazy amounts of attack speed on units. I don't even think that's necessary, though. Just having Chalice with, like, say 30 ingots, which is not a lot. Those people do runs with, like, hundreds, right? 30 ingots alone gives you 42 attack speed on every unit, you know? Like, it's just overkill at that point. It's funny overkill, but, like, geez. Debating what I want to do with these mines, but I'm considering actually, and I don't know if it's gonna work, is I want to put a mine here, and then as soon as Lucian blows it up, we then drop Neuro Sword on top of it. Hey, please don't kill my Rosa. Because this guy does target ranged units first, and it is somewhat of an issue. But I always drop Telopsis after Lucian gets here, that way he doesn't just murder her. On the way there. I don't really, like, feel the need to deploy anything else, if I'm being honest. I'm kind of at that point where I'd like to just wait, aside from that. But I'm at the point where I'd kind of like to just wait until we need to. I guess I could do, like, this to help get through these high defense enemy. Ooh. For a second there, Project Robo is not blocking the correct enemy. Golden Glow's just gonna start hurting him too. I could have put another mine here. I should have done that earlier. I don't actually think it's going to hurt him, but eh. Drop that, maybe put Spalter here. Yeah, I was a little bit too late. That's fine. Really not a big deal. Yeah, I know a lot of people like to hold Lucian here, and the strat I do could work for that. I just really like the way I do it. Because... that worked really well, dang. At the end of the day, right? After Lucian comes through here, only 3 more shield covers. This one and then the pair that come through later come through this lane. Whereas if he breaks this one, it is a problem because the puppets come through. And even then, I doubt that would be that much of a problem. But that's kind of the point I'm like, oh, I maybe need to take care of that. As opposed to right here where I can just have like Chalter and Neuro Alter just blast the last 2 that come through. But that's just my personal strategy. I think the funniest clears I've seen though are the ones where like they stick Horn right here and she just blasts Lucian before he even gets anywhere. Very nice. Clean run on Lucian. Did not take a single point of damage. Leveled up. Oh, I think that gives us the squad space we were maybe looking for. Yeah, nice. I would like to put in another medic, because we do have Ansel, but I doubt it's that much of an issue. I'm not really thinking I need anything else. We could pick up Mudrock here. She's also really good at lane holding, even unupgraded. All operators started with... ooh, that's a tough one. All 3 of these would be nice. I'm actually going to do this. The other 2 are more operator specific, whereas the 18 SP on everyone is helpful, although it's only helpful at the start, you know? Might as well upgrade Spalter here. This is what I talk about though, is at the beginning you have to be a little greedy with your hope. But then, ooh, that's helpful. But then at the end you just, like, it doesn't matter. I don't think extra block is necessary, I don't think that's necessary. That is actually nice. We're giving up a little bit of attack speed from our Chalice, but it's not a problem. Squad space? Nice. That allows us to put in another medic. We are probably at the point now, though, where we, you know, have a little bit too many operators, but... The downside is I would love to put in Mudrock, actually, but... I don't know who I'd replace for the upcoming fights. Maybe Scotty, but Scotty I'm planning to use to drop, like, all 4 of these units I'm planning to just drop in on the enemy. I will say this is also... It depends. This stage can be really hard, but a lot of the time I actually don't mind having this stage. At least compared to the one with the really big drones. Because the one with the really big drones is horrifying. Neuro here. Don't even tempt fate. We drop Shelter here. Drop Exia down here. Pop her skill. For now, we'll probably have Spalter hold this lane. Have Sarai hold here so that they stop in front of Shelter's range. Yeah, this is one of the stages that theoretically could be pretty intimidating. It just doesn't end up being a lot of the time. Because you have to consider, I mean, it's the 6th floor. By the time you get here, you're probably pretty strong. Oh, and look at that. I didn't even think about that, but like Golden Glow can instantly use skill. That's nice. 18 SP, you wouldn't think it, like, it allows, like, Thorns to use the first activation of Distresa immediately. Golden Glow might be about to get... I'm sorry, Golden Glow. That was maybe a little bit stupid of me. Let's do that. Yeah, wow, this stage was really not a danger at all this time. It usually isn't. I really do prefer this stage to the big drones, but the big drones is only an issue if you don't have... honestly, this run through we could have had that stage too and it wouldn't have been a problem. In fact, both ones could have been an emergency op and it wouldn't have been a problem. Garter Specialist, probably just an upgrade on... I do think the upgrade on Surtur is a little bit more important. Because when you think about what we're going to be doing for them, Scotty's going to drop in and have 120% attack. Whereas Surtur with for some reason I looked at that and I thought it was a bottle of lemonade. That's definitely not what that is. It's like a shield and some other things. We can literally just drop in a Surtur and all of these other units. The only issue will be DP. I will say this is probably the only boss that I just straight up only play on 1x speed past like the first few seconds. Because you're about to see, we haven't showcased this boss at all. It is tough. I like to do this. And here we go. So basically every time you kill one of these puppets, they, the boss takes a little bit of damage. There are 2 phases of the boss. You can kind of see already probably why I put such high value into Project Red. Because of the nature of this stage and just having the ability to hella drop operators. Of course the DP cost does go up over time. But in theory, you know, the fight ends after so much time, so, you know. Actually, I probably could have done this a second earlier. There we go. Nice, use Myrtle skill again. Like, I'll be honest though, this is a much stronger clear than some of the times I've had to clear Big Zadlock. I've fought Big Zadlock with sometimes it feels like nothing more than a handful of dreams. I do think that the boss, he'll eventually go down these stairs and come out here. I've only had that happen a couple times, and those are the runs that it's like real close though. Like the runs that you barely had enough time to get all your operators out. I am gonna go ahead and... What way did we face Ansel? Okay. Throw up Soraya here. I mean, even right now, DP is a little bit of an issue. But we have a lot of luxuries this time. Like, a lot of times, by this point, my Soraya isn't upgraded. Do this. That maybe wasn't the position to put her in, actually. I was thinking she'd still hit the enemies that get past Soraya with that. She isn't. That deploy on Project Red was also a little bit late. Because now she's going to get hit by other things and not finish it out. Oh, we have 2 enemies leak through. That's fine. Should probably just use Neural Skill on cooldown. Same with definitely Myrtles. Yeah, like I've already made a few minor mistakes. And it's not mattering. I'd like to save deploying these 2 until ideally the next phase. If we're forced to do so, we will. But I don't think it's necessary right now. I will say it would have been nice to have a status healer for Soraya's side, because Soraya's tank Neural just kills everything before it's a problem. But why didn't I face her to the right? I'm an idiot. You know what? We'll do this. Exy will take care of this one. But having, instead of using Ansel, it would have been nice to use like Mulberry or Honeyberry. Because then it would have been a little bit less dangerous, but it's fine. But I have been told though, I keep mentioning it, but I've been told that Ambrio can just straight up do this stage like solo. Oh my gosh. Project Red's getting a bit distracted. You know what? There's not really a reason for me to be saving. Just get it done with, because you don't want this fight to drag on for too long. You can do it, Red. There we go. Alright, second phase. I do believe on spawn some of these puppets are invulnerable. If memory serves. Yes, until this effect goes away, they're invulnerable. But yeah, now as soon as that fades off, there we go. We just start dropping everything on these puppets. Another mine behind her in case. Very nice. No, Red, stop getting distracted. Dang it. I should have recalled her before she died. I keep not doing that and then realizing, but... We're on a pretty good pace. I think it's about the time that the enemy counter runs out that, that if you haven't killed the boss, you need to. I just realized we haven't deployed Golden Glow even. Let's just... Yeah, you can see she's hitting these guys because they're going to go through the stairs and come out. So they're closer to the exit than the actual things we want her to be hitting. Let's actually get rid of the one hitting our allies here. Pop this in case. But I should have probably deployed Golden Glow much earlier because she could have been adding quite a bit of value. On skill, there we go. We drop Surtur to deal with this one. Very nice. Drop Spalter to deal with this one. Like, I'm 100% certain there are more efficient strategies for this boss. But this is just usually what I do. And it's worked so far. But we are nearing the end, but we only have 2 more puppets to kill, so... I do hope Red kills that before, that's fine. I'm gonna drop the sword. I did that a little bit early so that she'll kill this puppet. She's still not attacking the puppets though. We should be good though. This should kill the boss. Yep, and just like that, we're good. Very nice. I really don't like doing that ending because, again, it goes on one of those endings where I think of, like, what are the list of things I need to probably be successful against this boss? And, there's a lot there. That said, we could have gotten through that boss with quite a bit less, to be honest. But now we've beaten every boss on stream. And we still haven't beaten the monthly. At this point, I'm almost just afraid to do it because I'm afraid of continuing to lose to it. We could do a hard run too if we really wanted to, but that's... If we do a Calamity face-off, I'm probably going back to doing Guard Vanguard Squad. I'm gonna give this one more try. I mean, we just need to get to the 5th floor. It should not be that hard. Because once you miss... I mean, we have the entire month, granted. But once you miss out on those conversations, the only way you can see them is, you know, look it up. A date with slugs. This is a pretty easy starting stage. I'll be honest though, I don't usually try to protect this treasure chest. It's helpful, don't get me wrong, but it's one of those, like, sometimes I get too greedy for those and it really bites me. And I figure better safe than sorry, especially on a monthly squad one that we've been dying on. But arguably, we could also just use the risk to make sure that we get stronger early, because what we've been running into is we're just not snowballing fast enough, so we're dying before we get strong enough to kill anything. But it goes back to what I'm saying, like, Shalem is not a tank I would usually use, even if I had him built. Iris is not a character I would use. Melantha, I don't even use unless, like, I get an absurd amount of guard vouchers and I don't have any hope. Because I would take Midnight before Melantha most of the time. Ow, stop that. That actually really hurts. Oof. What's this going on now? But it is kind of funny though. There's a pretty good contrast sometimes between even just like the first stage, depending on what you have. Because I really like doing, so far I think we've only done the consistent squads. But at the start, when you're not doing the monthly squad and you get the choice for, like, picking your vouchers, you can take one that gives you 3 random classes, and then one of them guarantees a temporary recruitment. And that can be really fun. That's what I used to really love to do, and that's how I killed myself a lot. because I'd start out with a really, really, really unhelpful start. And I would just die. So my thoughts here are Chalter or Cruz. We're gonna do Chalter. I'm not doing an emergency op unless it's one that I know I can do. I don't have a medic. Like, no. That will probably kill us, and it will be just as awkward as it's been. But we have 55 ingots. Come on, give me a banger shop. That's not... It's not nothing. It's not a whole lot. Might as well buy everything. I'm not gonna buy this. I really doubt we'll get more medic vouchers than we need. Slows all enemies. You know what? Why not? I really don't buy these support tools a whole lot. They're basically free utility minus what you have to spend on them. But I don't do it a whole lot. This stage? I just think things are going to be a little bit sketchy until we have a healer, but the way you get a healer is by continuing to fight and get vouchers. So, you know what? Sure. We'll give it a try. But seriously, I'm not even going to try and beat an ending. I just want to get to the 5th floor for the last conversation. I am pretty over losing to this this monthly challenge. Hopefully Melantha can kill those in time, otherwise I have to drop Shalem, which I don't want to do. Okay, we have to drop Shalem. Because it goes back to the issue of the ranged... I don't know if there's ranged on this stage actually, but the ranged do always attack the most recently deployed operator. So like here, Chalter could be in danger. I will say though, one of the balance, the things that they've done well to balance... I'm actually going to do this. To balance out this game mode is you don't run into a whole lot of ranged enemies early. Because like I was saying, with RNG you could end up with not a good squad for dealing with, say, drones, but the drone heavy stages don't usually appear until later. And I can really appreciate that. Like, I'm by no means a game designer, but those are one of the, just some of the things that you can clearly tell that they thought about. Hopefully, it looks like Chalter have just enough ammo to deal with this enemy. Like, you can tell that her S2 just feels straight up inferior to her S3. Like, once you have S3 in general, you just would never use S2. Whereas again, Neuro's, I know for contingency contract actually, people really, well, is it contingency contract? The one where you do the increasing levels of difficulty. People really like S2 Neuro because it bypasses the deployment limit. And then her S1 does fall off a little bit, but for the same reason we talked about, it's permanent extra range that you can poke behind. I always think of it as like a spear shield thing, you know, one guy's holding a big shield, one guy's holding a spear behind him, but, you know. Okay, well, it looks like we're getting Cruz anyway. I am getting progressively more nervous the further we go without a medic. But, you know, we'll see. I would even just take Ansel. We don't even need hope, we just need healing. Okay, not a bad stage. No, I'm gonna put her right here. That's Cruz's voice. The English voice for Cruz, I mentioned it last stream, really reminds me of the English voice for Tiki from Fire Emblem. And I honestly didn't mind it. But I think that it's one of those situations too where Koko Daio is such an iconic line, you know? I don't know if that's a dumb reason to like one more, but pop these until we can get Chalter out. The danger here is going to be if Melantha dies. Because we only have 2 melee units. So then make sure we can kill this guy. Okay, we're good. Just because I always try to greed it out and make sure that we're using Chalter S2 at overcharge, because then she gets so much more ammo. She gets 8 if you do the first one, and then she gets, what is it? What's the overcharge? I was gonna hold that for a little longer. It gives you 20, you know? So holding it out does work really well. Let's save the fog machine, because I want to say, I could be wrong, but at 46, I thought this stage was usually 45. Which makes me think that we maybe have a, a Duck Lord or Bear. Which is the other reason why I wanted to save some of Chelter's ammo, but it's fine. I could actually have her reload like right now, but I don't think it's necessary. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I think we have Bear or Duck Lord. Hopefully, I don't want to use any skills on these guys here. Ideally. Yeah, probably about 8 or 9 shots. Yeah, even after all the shots she fired, she still has more than her base skill. It is the Duck Lord, okay. Shouldn't be too bad. The problem is the Duck Lord also sits kind of like right here for a while and we don't make use of that. Never mind, I lied. That might have been a different stage then. Alright, so let's do this. Let's use her skill first. Okay. I'm just gonna pop everything right now. And hope that we can kill him. Nice. Give me a really good collectible. Give me Chalice again, game. I'd actually poo myself. I'd be so happy if I got Chalice 3 runs in a row. That's not bad. Interesting. Members' favor. Okay, so we got a debuff to all enemies' attack and then a buff to our attack. This is the second log. We've already read that. What's the boss that we have for this floor? Okay, this one shouldn't be bad if we get an upgrade to Shelter. What can we do here? Is there an emergency op? No, I kind of want to go top path. We still have a lot of ingots because we started with support squad this time. I'm not. No. I'm not going to the third ending on a monthly squad. Oh, perfect. What else have we got here? 4-leaf clover could be pretty good. I'm actually a big fan of this as well. We've gotten, I think, only one so far. And we just picked up Orchid, but for me, because I'm not going to take like a Ling solo run, and I'm probably not going to use like Sculptor, a supporter voucher isn't super helpful. We don't have the hope to get any good specialist here. That would be nice if we had Myrtle. So I'm going to grab this and this. Do that. Who else did we have working? Okay. We still don't have a medic though. Oh, this stage could be a little bit rough. We don't have any DP generation as well. Or a medic. Oh. Okay. We'll have to see how this goes. I mean, it's not an emergency op, but we could die here. Can I wait out 4 more DP and just use Shelter? How soon does this guy move? Wow, this is probably really greedy. Okay, he's gonna get through, that's fine. Yeah, we lose 1 life here so far. Yeah, this stage is rough without, here. Oh, hey, Ignite, how's it going? Yeah, more IS2. Yeah, I had a good time yesterday. And I had the day off from work, so I usually just stream on weekends, but I figured I'd try it some more. The beginning of this stream is rough, actually. I tried to do the monthly squad, and I got clapped twice. But then I got a really good run to Big Sad Lock, and then another really good run to the Mouthpiece. It's actually pretty nuts. But eventually I want to try and beat this mode with... Oh, we're fine. Okay. Eventually I want to beat the 4th ending with every other squad, though, so... That's what I was originally going to do on the run we went to, I think, the Mouthpiece, but we didn't get the encounters for it. Just had bad RNG on that. How are you doing? Shelter? Yeah. Yeah, Shelter's broken. She does so much damage. Oh, crud, we had the version of the stage that has this. And Cruz can't kill him. Uh-oh. Oh! That was lucky. I've talked about this guy right here, like the last 4 times this stream we've had this stage and we didn't get the version that had this one. And then he drops when I didn't have another melee unit. Hoping I get her. Yeah, she's a really, really strong unit. Her S3 is insane. So, I'll wish you luck on the next limited banner. I think the next limited banner with the chance to get all the limited operators is Gavial the Invincible. If I'm not mistaken. I'm trying to think how, like, the rate is. Isn't it, like... I want to say on the limited banner it's 70% to get the rate ups, and then... They give you a good chunk of the remaining rate up, though, for the other limited characters. But... hopefully get her. It took me forever. I know the feeling. It took me forever to get Rose Montes because I missed the banner. But I ended up getting really lucky. I still don't have a medic. I really do not want to fight the Ice Twins without a medic. I will probably die. I really don't like this one. I think this is the one that lets you either deploy ranged units on melee tiles or melee units on ranged tiles, which is... it's funny, but I don't think it's that helpful. I'm gonna switch a love out for midnight. Yeah, I'm getting really nervous. This run is... I've just been getting dumpstered every time I've done this, this monthly squad run. I don't know why. I think I'd only done like 2 or 3 prior to this one, because I missed out on a few of the early IS2 monthly squads. But I don't think I've actually ever lost more than twice to a monthly squad run. And I think I've lost now like 6 times. Sometimes the RNG just hates you in this mode. Like, we basically got handed Golden Chalice on both of our last 2 regular runs, and we just won. You know? But here we are without a medic, a DP generating Vanguard, or anything even remotely helpful. Oh boy. Yeah, let's see, this stage isn't usually too bad. We thankfully have an extra melee unit. I love doing the little trick on this stage where W will stop right here, and you can use a melee unit to nudge her into the line of fire. Usually works pretty well. And I think Shelter should have enough ammo to get us through this stage. It's such a cheesy thing to do, but it works so well. Actually, we don't need to pull Midnight out. But, yeah, here we are about to get to the 3rd floor boss. If there is one way that you die, I feel, on the 3rd floor boss, it's because you don't have a medic. It's not as bad as... I think the puppet's the worst one to do, if you don't have one, but... the Frost Twins, as long as we can get, like, Shelter out and then someone to block for her, will probably be okay. But, or the game could alternatively just do me a solid and give me a medic voucher. Alright. We're in trouble. Well. Oh, we're gonna die. I haven't died to the 3rd floor boss in probably like 50 runs. We did let the Golem leak the other day, but that's actually a good spawn for our current situation, though. I get the distinct feeling. Oh boy. I'm not 100% certain of the range on this guy right here, so what I think I might do is... okay, we're good. Do that, and then as soon as the range unit moves, I'm gonna pop my defender. He moves a lot faster than I thought he did. Oops. I'm hesitant to deploy anyone on the bottom side here until after this guy comes through, because he's going to... okay, gotta do this now. He's gonna murder Fang and whoever's there instantly. Oh, you saved Shalem though. It's kind of a weird time when you kill the ranged one before the melee one though. I feel like I usually do kill the melee twin first. I'm actually gonna... that might have been the wrong call. But I have this slowing fog machine here too, and I want to make sure that she has enough ammo to actually kill this guy. Buy some time here. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Here. Just do that. Okay. This is gonna be close. The fog machine might have actually saved me. Hey, I'll take that. So usually the fog machine is like these little machines in general. I just feel like are nice utility, but I usually don't rely too much on them, and I usually don't go out of my way to spend like ingots at the shop for them. But we happened to get this here, and that worked really well. I was worried about that, and that was a little bit sketchy, but we got through without a medic. Oh boy, game. Alright, what do we got? Extra HP. I'm not going for Wrath of Syracuseans here. So, one-time dodge. Or... You know, ordinarily I would go for the Breach here, but specifically because we don't have a medic. And also because I don't think I've picked up Unknown Instrument before we're doing that. And I'm gonna grab a Project Red. If I can find her. There she is. Because fast redeploy operators, I think, are punished a little bit less by not having a medic. Okay, so hear me out. We don't fight the emergency op because I'm just going to the 5th floor to get the last bit of the conversation. Can we do this one? No! No, we can't. Not without a medic. Oh my gosh. Blade Dance, yeah. We haven't even seen Shadow. Shadow's the second one I like to get. Because usually you're guaranteed to get either Blade Dance or Shadow. Blade Dance being a massive buff to someone, and then... Oh... This game is killing me a little bit inside today. I don't think we actually need Iris. This is going to be sketchy. And by sketchy, I mean I think we're going to die here. Oh my gosh. You know, now that I think about it, I think their charge does do less damage based on how fast they're moving when they hit. So there's that. But the fact remains that we do not have a medic on a stage where there's constantly enemies just charging at you and trying to one-shot you. And the other problem is for this stage is Chalter 100% does not have enough ammo to just clear the stage by herself. And so where things are going to get dangerous or when she has to reload. We'll see though. Yeah, they definitely do less damage when they're slowed. Oh. Oh boy. I think we're going to save the fog machine for when she has to reload. Unless we get absurdly lucky with the 20% chance to not consume ammo, but I don't think that'll happen. It's taking her 2 shots to kill every single one of these Lancers. I could also be using these, but a lot of times I don't actually think they're that helpful. They buy you a little bit of time. In fact, those are another resource I'll probably use when Shelter has to reload. Oh, Shalem, I'm sorry. I think we'll, at the very least, survive this stage, but seriously, I've never, like, it's very rare that you get this far in a run without a medic. And it's got me a little bit sketched out because I really am not confident in this run. Good. Alright, I'm actually just gonna drop this and this. Alright, Shelter no longer has ammo. Oh wow, that really actually, you know, I'll take it. I think I could have played that. If I dropped Project Red just an instant sooner, we might not have even lost a life. Oh, finally. I've been dying inside every single stage that we didn't get a medic voucher. I'm actually considering Shining, but I don't think that there's a better all-around medic in this game right now than Telopsis. Just as far as healing goes. I mean, you have medics like Kaltsit that'll, you know, murder units for you, but aside from that, if this was a normal run, I'd do it. We just have to survive one more. I'm not going for an ending on this monthly squad. It's caused me too much trauma. Actually, what's the emergency op this stage we're a little ill-equipped for? Ooh. You know, unironically, the emergency op might be a little bit easier just because of DP generation being so low on this stage. This could be the wrong call, but I'm gonna do it anyways. Because I'm dumb. Because even though enemies are so like massively buffed in emergency ops, like I just think we're better equipped to deal with this one. Apparently we had a free sharp too. That's nice. I don't think an unupgraded Project Red can deal with the puppet. So I'm just gonna hold out with this. What I'll probably do is drop her as soon as she gets in the range of, the puppeteer gets in range of Shelter. So that Shelter doesn't just die. Let's throw a sharp here. And now. Nice. Throw this here. I do believe this guy comes back this way, so we should be okay. Yeah. I'm gonna be honest though, this run has literally just been Shelter carrying me. I've had nothing else, like, nothing going for me this monthly squad run. And luckily too, I didn't even think about that as well, but this stage just has significantly fewer enemies than some of the later ones. So if we had to just tank, because I'm just a bit of a completionist, honestly, is the issue. So I really don't want to miss out on any of the conversations. But I'm gonna be honest, this monthly squad has taken so many brain cells off of off of me. I don't think I can keep doing it. Listen, I don't think I've done either 3 or 4, including this one, and I've never failed more than twice, and I've just been getting dumpstered on this one. I don't even think the starting squad was terrible. It was, Shalem, Iris, who I didn't bring to this stage, and... What was the last one? It was Shalem, Iris, and... How am I already forgetting this? Oh, Melantha. And so it's not like you have 2 decent blocking operators, like you're in a decent position, but like geez. It's not a bad collectible. I will say there's 0 chance for beating Legionnaire. I'll read this later. I'm out of here. This monthly squad has caused me too much trauma. But yeah, I'm curious. So the first one, so this one, I booted up IS2 when IS2 first came out, and then I completely forgot about it, and I'm really sad because I enjoy this game mode so much that I wish I'd played it more. But then I didn't do this one. I do think this one probably wasn't that hard, because Kaltsit can solo carry the first like 3 floors outside of aerial combat. And Palace is also an extremely solid unit, and Ranger's anti-air. Like, the only downside of this starting squad is that Kaltsit, if Monster or her are missing any health, she'll heal one of those 2. But you don't really bring Kaltsit along to be a medic anyways. This one I think could have been a little bit weird. So yeah, I've done 4. This one wasn't too bad. Kind of the same deal as this one, though, to be fair. It was just as long as you got a medic, because you got a pretty solid, like, not the best tank. Seisa's pretty useless. I don't like Seisa. But Kaobe and Durna provide frontline and enough damage that you really don't run into any issues. This one was actually pretty easy. This one wasn't bad just because Helliger has... Helliger's, I mean, an enmity, or a Musha guard, so you just use this S2 and he kills everything. But this one was... I do think this one I just ended up having be a lot harder than it needed to be. But I'm still looking... The new collectibles that we still have to unlock are just, yeah, the 4 new emergency ops without losing a life point. We'll see. I still just haven't, like, gotten good enough strategies for some of the new stages that I feel like I keep making stupid mistakes and leaking lives. But I kind of want to go back now and see if we can't beat the 4th ending with a different squad, because last time we did it with this one. I do think, just because of how powerful guards are, this is probably the strongest squad. But this one's also really decent. This one's okay. Let's try this again. This is what we used last time, and we just ended up going to the 3rd ending. But we're just going to do Shelter Start. I do really like, though, with the 4th ending that they made it so you only need 2 encounters. Because for Big Sad Lock, technically you only need 1, the Give Up 1 Hope encounter. But unless you have attack speed relics, you're probably not beating him without disabling the regen. So effectively you need 3 encounters to do that for the 2nd ending. For the 3rd ending, you do only need Mantle of the Wrongly Condemned, but you lose your 3rd boss relic because it has to be stand-in actor, and then you have to find the Abrupt Realization. So that one's technically 2, but with a caveat. This one you just have to take on 2 special emergency ops. So, not so bad. Leave with slugs. Let's see how this goes. I could probably be greedy and protect this treasure chest. If I get... Yep. I don't think that they do enough... Yeah, they don't do enough damage to kill Shelter this early on. But in all seriousness, so much of the time on some of these stages, I agreed to try and protect the treasure chest, and that's how I die. On really stupid stages. Because, especially in the hardest mode, I mean, we're just doing everything so far on the 2nd difficulty. On the hardest difficulty, so much of the time, if you leak 1 life, you're going to die. It's actually why I like Spearhead Squad, because it's just a flat, like, 15% buff to your units. But... Ugh. Like, I play IS2 and Arknights for fun, because I'm a pretty casual gamer, honestly. And the hardest difficulty is not fun. It's so hard. Although I guess that's a bit objective. Let's see, I don't think... Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think we have Bear Duck Lord with this count. What always throws me off is the exact same map layout. Depending on what enemies spawn, sometimes it's a different number. Like the stage with the 3 lanes that you can get early on, and you either get the 2 mages and the big boy, or the cannoneers that pop through the middle. Depending on which one you get, the count is different on whether or not you'll get Bear Lord or Duck Lord. But already we have our 2 most powerful snipers, so there's that. I would... So I would have liked to go to this one to keep my options open on the blind floor, but I really hate downtime recreation nodes. I just feel like they're almost never worth it. That's fine. Make our first shop a little bit better. No. No. Me and Mantle of the Wrongly Condemned do not get along. Alright, so what do we got? This one is absurdly broken with Soraya, actually. What I'm gonna do here is this. It's a pretty solid combo. This gives us just so many more options later on. It's why things in like, the comparison I always make is the D6 and Binding of Isaac. The ability to reroll or give yourself more options in a roguelike style game mode is actually really, really powerful, almost always. just having that extra option from the 4-leaf clover gives me a higher chance to get something like, say, the chalice. And while I want to go for this emergency op, I'm really paranoid about not getting the encounter, so I'm going to do this. It's not the encounter. But that's the issue I have with the 2nd through 4th endings, generally speaking, is sometimes you just get terrible RNG and you don't get the encounter you need. So what to see. And it forces you, and it's part of, I think, the difficulty in and of itself, but it forces you to go for every encounter you can find. But then you're missing out on combat XP and emergency ops. That chest was not long for this world. Uh-oh. That's not where I wanted to put my defender, but, awkward. I'm debating whether I want to put Rosa here or here. If she's here, she'll kill these guys instantly, but I don't think it's actually an issue. Poor Crownslayer. Even in IS2, Crownslayer just can't catch a break. It's just the funniest thing. All of those videos where, who did they use? They use, like, Shaw. I think I've seen him use F-Eater. All the hook characters, and they just toss Crownslayer around. I think I saw a video once of somebody literally just making a compilation of, like, the different ways you can bully Crownslayer infinitely. It's so funny. But it is probably why they made so many bosses later on just straight up immovable. Because they saw what people did to Crownslayer and realized they probably shouldn't let that happen again. Anyway, that went pretty well. Okay, another sniper voucher. Just gonna take Cruise here, actually. I mean, it's nice that we're getting sniper vouchers when we have sniper medics immediately promoted, but it's for Big Sad Lock. So we've already seen the first encounter for the 2nd and 3rd ending, but not the one we're looking for. In all honesty, if we clear, like, the, maybe the 4th floor without seeing it, I might restart. Just because I want to try and get another clear through. Oh, there we go. Never mind. We're cool. They do such a good job with the art, too. I don't know if I've mentioned that. I always talk about the Arknights music, but the Arknights art, and stylistically, they do such a good job. I mean, you have to consider the roguelike isn't even, like, a main part of the game. It's not an event, really. It's not the main story. And they just knocked it out of the park with everything. I've always been really impressed by it. Anyways, I don't think this stage will be too bad. I mean, I've only seen this stage the once, but the only potential issue I think we're going to have is that we don't have... I mean, we only have one block, right? But what I can probably do is set Shelter here and she'll just blast everything immediately. Oh, actually. I'm just gonna hold out for it. This is actually not good. That's not who I wanted you to do that, Cruz. We might die. Oh my gosh. That was sketchy. I hadn't even thought about that, but that is a very valid issue. The fact that we only have one block. And no healers. Please stop shooting, Rosa. But it is tough because I felt like the 3rd ending was surprising. I mean, the 4th ending was surprisingly easy last stream. But we also had a very skewed perspective. Like, we had a god run. So it's kind of hard to get an accurate, I guess, sample off of just one try. That was really powerful. But I do think part of the difficulty, whereas like the difficulty in taking Mantle of the Wrongly Condemned, or giving up an early hope, is readily apparent, because you're giving up early resources. I think it's a little bit less obvious, but this stage is, you could fight, potentially, I don't know if you can fight at 1st floor, because we haven't seen it that early, but 2nd or 3rd floor to fight something like this is surprisingly a little bit tough. But we are going to need our second encounter later on, which is also a pretty tough stage. But from here on out, I think for the next 2 floors even, we're probably just going to really hard focus on taking fights. We need to build up as much strength as we can because we aren't actually that strong right now. Shelter's about to run out of ammo, that's not good. I'd ideally like to get all 3 of them with this skill. There we go. Never mind, I messed it up. Ah, it's fine, okay. Those things aren't actually that tanky. I thought he was in that frame, so I thought we'd be okay. Squad size? Oh, we have to take Dance of the Condemned. I was about to be like, ooh, we can get squad size. I mean, we do have to take Dance of the Condemned. That would be a really awkward way to mess up this ending. And surprisingly, I'm actually going to take Soraya here. And the reason being, we have one of the most broken Soraya combinations you can get. She functionally is a medic with that setup. Ooh, that stings. I'm gonna grab this. Do I dare withdraw enough to get either... Well, I think for this ending, Project Red isn't as useful. I'd really love this one, too. This is what we had last time. Or not last time, for the, we saw how broken this was this stream on the Big Sad Lock ending, because we had an Irene literally just ult over and over and over. And it's just a good quality of life for, like, Thorns or Neural Alter and such. I could also go for Myrtle here. The problem is... we are destroying our savings. I think having a few more melee operators, though, is a really nice upgrade here. Soraya and Myrtle. And both of them can heal. I didn't check what 3rd floor boss we have, actually, too. Fatal Melodies. You know what? Actually, we're fine. Ordinarily, this would be rough if we didn't get Telopsis, but because we have the combination we do, the constant damage on Soraya shouldn't actually be... with Soraya shouldn't be an issue. I am going to take this emergency op. Could backfire, but I think we'll be okay. We might actually be able to protect that treasure chest. The treasure chest here or here, I think it can also... I don't think it... well, can it spawn here? Regardless, the treasure chest that spawned there, they're only ever actually in threat from the puppets. And apparently we had the card that gives us a free operator, which isn't too shabby. Shelter. But you can already see, like, just how powerful this is working out for them. I mean, every time Soraya's attacking, she only needs 8 SP to use her skill. And every time she's getting attacked, she's getting a quarter of her skill back, so she just perma-heals everyone. I don't think it completely negates the use of a medic, but I'll tell you what, it makes it a lot less necessary. Actually, just to make sure we can be greedy and get that treasure chest. Because now there's no more threat on ranged units, so I can just do this too. But as far as what we need for beating Lucian, I'm still just going to stick with my guns. We need 2 guard vouchers and 9 hope. Probably, at least. Unless we get a promotion voucher. To get Neural Alter for our main DPS. And then I am thinking Surtur is probably one of the best options for defeating the Playwright. But we'll have to see. So we are going to need a fair number of guard vouchers and some hope. Which is why I think we just need to take as many fights as possible here. Although we do still need to make sure we get the second encounter, because that would be really sad. There we go. You want to give me a guard voucher? Come on, come on. Or a medic. I would take either. Ooh. No, I'm going to be greedy. There's medic, okay. an already upgraded Telopsis. The puppet should not be an issue. This particular... Ow, I just dropped something on my foot. I don't even know what that was. Yeah, puppet shouldn't be an issue. Promotions voucher. If we had gotten Neural Alter there, that would have been nice too, because we would have had an instant S3 Neural. I'm not worried about promoting Soraya, so I'm going to take squad space. I know we can't even fill that squad space right now, but still helpful. It's this stage. Okay, this stage is admittedly a little bit of a weird one. I'm still not entirely sure how to handle it. What I've been doing is just immediately dropping this pillar and then just holding right here. And that's worked okay so far. It does insta-kill that too, which is hilarious. But, we'll see. Let's drop Rosa here. I think we do have enough AoE with Shelter alone that, we don't need to be worried about getting rushed either, which was the other big concern I had with this stage. I want to use her skill one more time before I switch her out though. Murdo just generates an absurd amount of DP. Flag bearers in general, I mean, that's their niche over like Pioneer or Charger Vanguards, in exchange for not really providing much damage, but Murdo is... She's one of the units that surprisingly, like, I just didn't realize until I actually read her skills, because I heard about how strong she was, and I was like, oh, why does this unit exist? Like, I genuinely think Myrtle is just, for DP cost and everything, like, probably a more useful unit than the other, like I have Syla. I don't use Syla and I use Myrtle, you know? Just one of those funny things. But overall, I think this is a fine strategy for this stage. But I haven't seen the emergency op version of this stage too, which could affect things. But just knocking that pillar immediately means that they can only come through one route, so... We'll see. It is weird to see those enemies, though, in IS2, because the only time you really see them, I think that I can remember prior to this last ending, or this last patch, is I think you only ever saw it when you fought Big Sad Lock and the fight went really long, because they're one of the enemies that appeared as the fight went on longer. That's tough, because I don't think we're really going to be using casters and specialists, so... Take the dodge. Let me do this, because we are leveling up on the next fight. Upgrading Myrtle wouldn't have been a bad idea either. I'm getting concerned about the lack of guard vouchers though. If push comes to shove, we can use Chalter as our main DPS for Lucian. But it's not my preferred strategy. But here's where you're going to see how broken the combination we have with Soraya is. I mean, it's pretty gross. That does it there, yeah. Because she's not even getting attack right now, and she's almost instantly getting skill, right? Like, the poison mist stages with the combination we have just... There's something else. I'm fairly certain Rosa can take care of the boss by herself, just as it goes back and forth here. But I'm gonna need a sec to make sure, because... Yeah, she'd be fine. I'm actually really glad both the times we've gotten this on stream, the puppet's been on this side. Because when he's up and down here, it's really annoying because you still have the enemies that come up here. Uh-oh, I wasn't paying attention. That was almost a little bad. I mean, if I'm really concerned too, I could do like this. But, yeah, I do feel like... I just really like having my operators, like, together, if that makes sense. Just making, like, a condensed unit. It does leave you vulnerable on some stages to AoE, but for the most part, I feel like it usually doesn't backfire, actually. There we go. And just like that, this stage is not difficult. Yeah, the Poison Haze effect with Soraya with Defenders gain 2 SP is just... It's pretty ridiculous. Oh. Here we go. But, I'm trying to think about what else we need. Like, I genuinely think we just need Neuro Alter and maybe Surtur, plus their upgrades. And we'll be able to beat everything else. But, we'll see. Because that does require 4 vouchers for guard and or replacements. And I think we only have the one replacing, is it casters we picked up? If we even picked one up, but... We'll have to see. I mean, we could use like Exia. Exia wouldn't be bad. How much hope do we have? 10? Okay. Oh boy. Focus whenever you deploy a unit. Oh, that's interesting. That's one of the... I think that's actually the one that we unlocked from beating the 4th ending. That's really tempting if we pick up Project Red. I'm gonna try it, but I do think the friendly ranged units was probably the play there, to be honest. How close are we? Hold on. How close are we? I don't remember how close we are to leveling up, because it would be the worst thing, honestly, ever if I were to pick up, like, Exia here. And then we got a guard voucher, and we couldn't even get the ones we needed, so... Sure. Grab a status healer. Oh, we were pretty close to leveling up, so maybe I didn't need to be careful about that. We do need to find the encounters for the 4th ending. I'm really tempted to go triple encounter, because as soon as we get it, we can just go for as many fights as we want. It does stink to miss out on the emergency op, and the safe house, actually, but let's see. But what does have me a little bit worried is we're just so extremely reliant this run on range damage, to the point that we have almost no melee damage presence. Come on, there we go. Do this. I don't know if Shelter needs skill to... No, we're good. Okay. Drop Soraya here. I'm probably gonna drop Rosa, that she kind of helps out with that too. Maybe here. If memory serves, there isn't a whole lot of range damage, if any, on this stage too, which is nice. Actually kind of want to do this. Having a status healer though, I feel like in IS2 is one of those things that's always nice, but I usually just consider it a bit of a luxury. Most of the time I don't prioritize it. Trying to think if I need to deploy anything else. I could do like this. Never mind, I'm out of deployment space. Do this though. And that puts healing at least on every unit we have out. I'm not really seeing the effect of that last collectible we picked up, where you deployed units do like 3,000 damage to nearby units, but I really do think that's something that like is gonna shine if we get Project Red. Absolutely fine. These guys are actually pretty tough. Not for Shelter though. Oh my gosh. This is gross. I genuinely wonder though, like, again, as games go on over time, especially things like gacha games, where you're trying to incentivize your player base to pull on units, I have no... Oh, finally. I have no idea how they could possibly power creep Shelter. Like, the unit is so just really broken. Alright, yeah, we should probably go for encounters here. The safe house could give me a neuro promotion, but... Oh, well... Anyways. Oh. This is tough. So I almost never take Blade Mace because I feel like it makes it too difficult to get your units out. But the Broken Blade max HP penalty does kind of hurt. It's really funny to get the redeployment time, especially for like heli dropping units on the final boss. I'm actually going to pass. It always feels bad for me on this encounter because unless you're using specific strategies, I actually just don't like doing that. Could be a mistake, but I can't imagine even Myrtle generating enough DP that we don't fall behind on some stages and just die. But here we are, back at one of my least favorite stages. Go. We ideally would, yeah, here we go. Do this. And then hopefully Shelter can kill this guy before he goes past and starts fireballing everyone else. Alright, sick. Drop Neural to hold this lane. And then I'm actually going to use this skill one more time and then probably retreat both of these and pull Soraya here. That way Rosa's actually hitting what's coming down this lane. Alright, nice. Second one of these ones. The only other part I'm really concerned about on this stage is when the one comes down here, but I can just use Rosa's skill for that. I don't think that's the one that does it. It is not. Shelter's out of ammo, but there's only 2 of the fireball throwers. That's primarily what I'm using her here for. That the one? Yeah. Okay, nice. But this is another example of a stage that I feel like if I had taken like the Blade Mace, I think it was called, I don't think I would have gotten my units out in time. Having an extra 5 DP costs on Myrtle, then Rosa, then Shelter, probably would have made things difficult. Though it is a pretty significant buff to those units. Alright, you want to give me another? Nope, okay. I'm just gonna do this. Little bit greedy, but I just... At this point, the only thing I can think of I need... the only thing I can really think of that I really need to make sure we can probably beat the ending is just a straight up unit to drop on the playwright's head and kill it. And I don't think there's a better operator for doing stuff like that than Surtur. That's... It's not... It's a good debuff, but it's not likely to be something I'm using. Ooh. Alright. So we do still need to get the second encounter for the other part to the thing. I'm just gonna go top path. There it is. I do think it's like definitely weighted once you've gotten one of them to get the rest of the encounters for an ending. But I could be wrong. Because I've definitely had issues like that before where I just straight up don't get what I need. And it's really depressing. Oh. I didn't think about that. Oh. I wanted to deploy a Neural Altar there actually, but I didn't want to die. Okay, we leaked one enemy. Oh. Did we just die? No, but that was unnecessarily close. That was a big blunder on my part. Alright, we probably need some life gain. Oh, that was almost really bad. Actually, I'm gonna do this and drop down our status healer. Oh my gosh. That's what I'm talking about though, with having only seen this is the second time I've seen this stage as well. I didn't realize that was going to be an issue, because the first time we did this ending last stream, we had the plus 30 initial starting DP artifact, so it wasn't a problem at all. Oh my gosh, that was too close. I will say we could also probably use a higher deployment limit. That is proving to be a bit of a problem. We have 5 more units in our squad than we can deploy at once. Okay, we need Neuro's skill to come back. Think she'll be in time? Yeah, we're good. I wonder if this sword procs that collectible we were looking at earlier, the one that when you deploy a unit it does a big AoE burst. I would honestly assume probably not, but you never know. Because if it does, that's actually pretty nice. Yeah, that was too close though. I just didn't realize, like, that's actually a moment where Project Red would have been really nice, or just like grapple or something. Because we toed the line there. I don't need another medic. There's Act 1. Like, I just outright don't need another medic, crud. This stage isn't usually too bad. Give it a try though. It would be really awkward if we we have a pretty solid run here, but it would be really awkward if we just died before we even got to the playwright. Wait, what? Oh no! That's a massive area. So I think what that was, it might have been because we deployed Myrtle and that thing just took a chunk of damage. I think that's what it has to have been. I didn't think that. What? But it didn't hit this one. I mean, either way, that was a little bit too close. Alright, it stinks to lose Myrtle like that, but at least we didn't die. Because in all honesty, we probably could have died there for that. Alright, so what I want to do here is do this and this. Can you drop that now? Alright, I'd like to deploy Shelter here and then Cardigan, our other defender, here. Get that done. Ah, jeez. Now the only dangerous part I would say about the rest of this stage is when the 2 casters come in on each end and they stun a unit. Because we really don't have any extra units. Our deployment limit isn't super high this run. Because ordinarily by this point I'd Project Red and I'd have her stun one of them. That's not an option right now, so we'll see. I don't know who this one will stun, because I don't know if they'll be in range to stun Cardigan. That's what I was also hoping for. This one will stun Rosa though. I messed that up. I did that a little bit too early actually, but well, she might be to keep her alive actually. Oh no. Oh, we had Duck Lord apparently. Go figure. Actually, I think we're okay. It's a little bit greedy, but I want to save Neuro's skill for the Duck Lord. Yeah, that was sketchy. Anyway. Come on. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, free artifact. I would not be opposed to getting like the vampire bed or something for life right now. Ordinarily, I wouldn't be happy about it, but we have 1 life. Alright, what do we got? It's not nothing. I think we swap out Cruise for... Oh, hey, it gave me a maxed out Exia. My Exia actually is like level 71, I think. I'll take it. Red Mist. Okay, another stage that Sarai is just gonna solo carry. Although now that I think about it... Okay, now we're good. Yeah, I'm still not at a point that I feel completely safe. I never realized how much I rely on Project Red in some of these later stages, actually, until I'm actually doing them, and I'm remembering what I use her for. Because I actually usually just have her take care of the units that spawn here and here. And that's not an option because we don't have her. Don't think we need to deploy a medic right now. I mean, we have the really broken Soraya combination. So I don't think we need to worry about that. We did find out last time, though, that Exia can take care of this one pretty easily, and this is a stronger Exia than the one I have, so... We got that going for us. I'm just gonna do this. I think what we do, actually, is maybe have Myrtle use her skill 1 more time, just for safety. And then drop Rosa facing this way. I think this will work. But when you only have 2 life points, the margin for error is pretty low. Yeah, actually I can do that. Okay. I was curious if she could do it without her skill being active. It looks like she's fine. And I'll just use Rosa's skill on the one that comes through here. I'm just gonna... Yeah, it's fine. Okay. This is... I'm just like super focused because ordinarily by this point you have around like 10 life, so you can kind of mess things up a little bit. We don't have life. We can't afford to mess up. If we do fail this run, though, I think I'll probably try 1 more time tonight. Because I do think after the Vanguard instant promote squad, this was probably the next easiest one to do. But it's because I'm so heavily reliant on guards and snipers. Hey, okay. I'll take it. Even if she's not upgraded, it's fine. No. No. I almost never, like, unless you literally have, like, 1 or 2 ingots, I never do that. Hey. The game is cutting me some slack for my poor play. I feel so much better that that's a huge load off my shoulders. Funnily enough, you know, this particular collectible is the last one I collected prior to this update. Because I had unlocked everything, and then I did like another 15 runs without seeing this one, and I don't know why it was so hard for me to find. But let's see, we're not running Kautsit. Actually, an upgraded Kautsit could probably tear through the player pretty easily too. He didn't seem to have that much health. The problem with doing that is that I don't have a high deployment limit this run, and Kautsit and Monster do take 2. What could I use? I mean, I have the hope that I can just kind of splurge if I want to. Thinking about Mudrock. That's only going to be like an 8% buff for red. I don't even think I have another caster, do I? I guess I have Lava, but I'm going to actually do this and pick up Mudrock. Because it's not looking like we're going to get all the guard vouchers that we wanted. We'll pick up this too. We'll have one more shop. It's not looking like we're going to get all the guard vouchers that we wanted. So we're going to do this. This is also a little bit greedy, but here's this man. Memory serves, this is the one with the, like the, what are they, hippos? That split into other enemies. So it should be fine. Yeah, it is, okay. Okay. I'm gonna do this, then this. Oh wow, that does do a lot of damage though. It's almost one-shotting the rhinos. The I can't remember what it's called, but the one that does damage upon spawning in. I really didn't think it was gonna be that good, but I am happy to be proven wrong on things like that because I'll take it. Uh-oh. Okay, I didn't need to do that, I panicked. Drop red to make sure the bear doesn't... I really do not want the bear to kill Neural. Okay, perfect. And here we're looking to drop Mudrock, and from there on the save stage should be safe. Alright, cool. Also, if I knew I was going to go for Mudrock, I might have grabbed Sculptor earlier on. Because Sculptor can actually heal Mudrock. But it's fine. Alright. This is pretty much our last chance to get a fully upgraded Surtur. We need a guard voucher here and then... Okay. Fair enough. This is completely useless, so we'll grab this. Upgrade Mudrock. Alright. So, unless I mess up here, we shouldn't lose Dilution. It doesn't usually happen. Hopefully we get a really good artifact from the end here. That is one thing that's nice about the third and fourth endings, is because Lucian isn't actually the final boss, you do get an extra collectible from the fifth floor boss fight. Alright, have Rosa take care of those. Project Red. Oh. Okay. Awkward. It's fine. Losing one life on the stage is fine because it's just a temporary life point. Losing more than that is not okay. Because that's when it starts to be an issue. We're just going to go with the tried and true formation that we pretty much always use. And hope it works. The one thing that is going to be a little sketchy is I know Project Red, at least my Project Red, has a hard time assassinating this guy when she's not upgraded. And that is actually the case. Uh-oh. Because now, yeah, we're going to do this for now. Yeah, not the best. Not terribly an issue though. Yeah, we'll do it now. I'm actually going to switch this out for Mudrock. Just a little bit more block. Yeah, we don't even need Project Red to assassinate this if we have Mulberry here. I'd be lying if I said this wasn't making me a little bit nervous. Because I usually don't lose Dilution, but it does happen. Oh, I didn't click it. Oh. And then I kind of just wasted her skill. That's awkward. Alright, here we swap out here. I really need you guys to kill the puppeteer like right now. It dropped the sword in the wrong spot. That's not good. We don't kill... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We might have actually lost Dilution. Alright, plan B. Let Lucian break this, drop Chalter here. We might have to let some of the air crates go through. Oh boy. Oh no. Yeah, this is bad. I've given it some thought. This is not good. Come on, Shelter, you can do it. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Uh-oh. Oh, he's still in range, thank goodness. That was too close. That was really close. I didn't... Well, we almost lost Delusion again. If we hadn't gotten the 8 life that we did earlier, we would have died Delusion. That's not good. Oh boy. Okay, there's the guard voucher. It's still possible that we get the strategy we're looking for. I really don't know, actually. The squad size limit's a bit superfluous, because I'm just gonna do this. And I don't think we need anything else, and we clearly don't. I was hoping for a deployment limit or an attack speed relic. This is actually only good with my current squad for Neural Alter, so I'm gonna try this. And the reason being is that's like what, 10%, 20%, 30%, 40%, 50%, 60%. 60% attack isn't bad. Not the full 80% because we're not using a supporter and we're not using a caster. Still not bad. Oh, nice. Okay. We actually clutched that out. Medic operators heal more, could be good. That's not bad, but I can't say it's like crazy good. Defense for that. Defender operators have nice cost. Okay, we definitely grab this. What are the gas tank again? I've actually messed myself over. Part of the reason I don't mess with the pusher and polar units is because I've accidentally used Shaw to push enemies into the objective and killed myself, unironically, multiple times. This wasn't a one-off thing, it's something that I've done enough that I don't do it anymore. You'd think I'd learn, but nope. Alright, we'll grab Spinach Pack. This is going to be sketchy. If I can get life here, I'm actually going to take it, yeah. Because the only other upgrades my squad could use for what I'm bringing in the final battle are Myrtle upgrade and Project Red upgrade, and I don't think either is necessary. Alright, what one do we have? Ursa's Desire. This one is... okay. Shouldn't be a problem, but this is definitely my least favorite encounter to get on this floor. The reason this might be a little bit sketchy is because we don't have the 30 starting DP that we had last time, so it'll delay how fast we can put our stuff out. Right. Hopefully Sarai doesn't die before I can put a medic out. Oh, okay, apparently she's a lot tankier than I thought she was. I know it's Sarai, I just... Alright, we need to get our anti-air out now, though. Got this. Oh crap, what do I do? I didn't want to drop Neural here, but I'm going to do that for safety. Because I wanted to drop Neural up here and have her deal with that, but it's fine. Actually going to slow this down. Yeah, our low deployment limit is actually proving to be a huge problem. Oh crud. Okay, we're good. I didn't realize I was gonna... I forgot those units target anti-air. That was a little bit sketchy. You know, I think this drone moves this way first, right? As long as it does, we're good. Maybe pop that once it's in range of shelter. If I had more deployment limit, though, I could spam drop Project Red and do the big AoE damage. So I'm pretty sure that's what hit these units over here. As soon as... oh. It's fine. It only takes 1 life, I'm pretty sure. Cutting it a little bit close, but... yeah, those big drones only take 1 life. Losing 1 life when you have the temporary life point is fine. And I'd rather do that and have a safe clear than be greedy and die. But yeah, deployment limit has me worried. It'd be nice to get one of our last upgrades though. We didn't get one. Maybe shouldn't have said it. Alright, what were options? Guard and sniper. You know, worst comes to worst, we pick another guard, we drop... I don't think Irene works nearly as well if she's not S3. So maybe we drop Scotty. Just because of her S2 being pretty powerful. Alright, let's do this. Hopefully we don't fail. I would be pretty sad. But, we'll see. I would be so much more confident if I had 1 or 2 more deployment limit. These guys do hurt a lot. Problem is too, because my Project Red isn't actually isn't upgraded. She can't assassinate them. Oh no. Okay, we drop. Ah, crud. If I'd done Neuro's positioning a little bit differently, we'll do this. If I'd done Neuro's positioning a little bit differently, she could have probably helped with the DPS on the boss. Right, I'm just gonna... oh, I can't drop Surtur there. On the plus side... oh, that killed her, really. Slow this down. Oh, no. Yeah, Neuro only has 1 block. What just went through? I didn't even see something go through. Alright, drop Surtur now. I'm actually gonna drop another healer for her. Use your skill now, please. Okay. I need you to kill the playwright before you go down, Surtur. And preferably before everyone else dies, because these exploding units are hurting a lot. Oh no. Oh, we might have lost. Talopsis went down. And the problem is that also... oh, and there goes our other medic. That really hurts the survivability of our... oh! What? That's a thing in this stage? I didn't know that was a thing either. Alright, what else do we have to work with? I don't know where the playwright goes after this. Oh, he probably just comes through. Okay, you know what? That's fine then. Yeah, this isn't going so well. Maybe this boss is harder than I thought initially. That's crazy. Okay, yeah, we died. Drop that now. Well? Oh no. Yeah, I didn't know that if the playwright killed units, that makes this stage so much harder, actually. That's not good. Oh, that's really not good. Because the problem is they killed Myrtle almost immediately. So we... okay, I'm just gonna wait on Mudrock, maybe? Oh boy. How many more units? There's 22 more units. Ah. Huh. Yeah, that didn't go well. Ah, I think I underestimated this this boss just because we did so well the first time. Eh. That's okay. It is meant to be the final ending. That's why I was so surprised that we just cruised to the end of that last stream yesterday. We'll give it one more try. Hopefully we actually get the encounters and such. I mean, it wasn't a terrible attempt. We at least got to the final boss. That was rough. Now that we know that that's a thing, so what we did last time, I believe, was we dropped Neural Alter in the slot where we dropped Surtur, and then we had Irene in that upper right square, and Irene also ulted and the two of them killed them. But we also had a bunch of buffs for the two of them. So we'll give it one more try. We are going to do the same start. I mean, I could do the passenger start. The issue is, I think that we do generally recruit more snipers and medics than we recruit casters and specialists. I was hoping for the 2 hope. Dang. I'm just racking my brain thinking how else I could have positioned things to make that work. Because there was probably a way. I will say one huge difference maker that I didn't realize how much of a difference it made was the collectible that we had last time that made you start with 30 bonus DP. Because it made that little starting rush so much less dangerous. Because we instantly had out Murdo and our defender. That's rough. That's okay though. Just means we're 1 for 2 on that stage. Yeah, honestly, until I figure out what else I want to stream, I'm kind of tempted to just do IS2 streams on the weekends. Until we've beaten the 4th ending with every squad and then start doing the harder, I think it's called Calamity Face-Off. Give it some more tries. Because I do really enjoy this mode. Even when you fail, it's just cool to see, like think about what adaptations you could have made. Because I actually don't think life ended up being an issue, because it's not like we were tanking the boss or the rest of the enemies. We would have had to have about another 20 life or so. And even if we hadn't lost any life on the rest of the run, I don't know if that would have been enough to just let us tank everything but the boss. But if that had been the case, we could have maybe just sat everything out, waited for DP, and then tried to kill the player right at the end. But I don't think that would have worked, to be honest. But it's an interesting thought. Just having enough life to tank any of the ending bosses is not usually a viable strategy because it requires so much life. I think the best way to do it would be to get you'd need to get Vampire's Bed or something like that on a floor that you have sensitive so that you get double the life, and then not have sensitive on the final fight. Because that's how I did it with the one time I just wanted to see how hard it'd be to just tank Lucian. Because I was really bored that day. And that's how I did it, was I had a huge amount of life gain on a floor with sensitive, and then just let Lucian walk through. It was really funny, but it was arguably not a smart thing to do. But it's one of the very few, you can have a different win con types things. We're not fighting Big Sedlock. Fight to the death. Ooh, it's this one. As long as Shelter doesn't die, this shouldn't be hard. I mean, that's basically going to be the description of our early game when we do this start. We did learn last time, the puppet does kind of start around, it fires at least to these 2 squares. Oh, wait a second. Okay, we'll leak 1. Leak 1, put Cardigan here. That's fine. I'm not the type of player who's obsessed with doing every stage perfectly, to be completely honest. Especially since you have the temporary life point. I wonder, can I think if we weaken the puppet just a little bit more, the puppet will die before it gets far enough to hurt Shelter. Alright, that didn't do much. So I'm trying to think if there was any other range on this stage, and I think it's just the puppet. Did we just... That might be enough. I don't think it will, but it might be. That is the downside, though, I will say, about the early game in any roguelike, is you just have fewer options. Just these 2 left, though. Potentially what I should have done, actually, is saved one of those 2 units so that they didn't Yeah. Wait, we might be okay. Because if I do like this, it should target Lava instead of Shelter, and then I deployed Cardigan after. Yeah, okay. Worked out. Net life gain for that stage was still 0, so we're good. That's interesting. Not bad. Oh, hey, we get a maxed out Project Red. Very nice. Oh, okay. Spicy. So we get 50% Urgent Ingot drops from battle, and we have... It's the weakest of them, but it is still a an attack speed relic. Already we're off to a decent start. I'll take it. I'm just thinking, because if the Surtur healing strat didn't work against the playwright because it somehow took too long, and we need to look for that. Now that I think about it, we need to start looking for encounters. I think the second, third floor is where you should start looking for the fourth ending encounter. I'm just thinking. We might have to just do... I mean, we know the Irene strat works. So that might be what we have to try. I'm just gonna deploy Cardigan here. I don't think Shelter... That was close. I think if I just deployed Shelter, she would have been too late to stop the enemies. Although it looks like she takes 2 shots to kill him. We do hold off on Shelter's skill, I think, until either this guy moves or this guy. Not 100% certain how many shots it'll take, but we can just have like Project Red weaken him too. No. I didn't use it. Oh, that was almost really awkward. Yeah. The only other dangerous thing on this stage, though, is the this guy here. Downside is we got the version that has stealth, which is a little bit annoying. And we'll drop this now. Alright, we're good. Last 3 units should just be 3 soldiers here. Yeah. I could have probably used her skill earlier, actually, looking at that, but I never know. And there's always the RNG of Shelter not consuming ammo. Alright, squad size limit up. That's Rosa. Good, good. Another pretty solid start. I mean... Okay, that's good for Neural Alter, once we get her. I kind of rolled the dice there because I was curious if I could get the Besieger one. Hopefully we get the encounter. Like I was saying at the beginning of the previous run, if we don't have the encounter by the end of like the 4th floor for the 4th ending, we'll probably just mulligan the run. Just because at that point I don't think you have time to get the ending you need. Trying to think. Can I get away with... No, probably not. But this is why I like Cardigan over Spot. Is Spot can heal other... So Spot has higher attack, I know. And Spot can heal other units, but a lot of the time for the early game, what I'm using them for, personally at least, and other people might have different playstyles, but generally speaking, what I'm using Spot for, or the early defender, 3-star defender, is to block for my actual carries. So I just don't feel the need to have a unit that can heal other units. I just need a unit that's beefy and can block. Actually, probably should have done this earlier, just have her whittle them down. Not even gonna worry about recalling her, just have her get every hit she can. I messed that up a little bit, actually. I thought that Rosa would also hookshot the puppet, and then she didn't. I should be doing this on cooldown, to be honest. I just keep forgetting. So we'll pop this. And it's just these two. Actually, we should be good. Yeah, we're fine. Very nice, very nice. I'll take it. Could have been worse. Alright. Ooh, 18 ingots. Could be good. There's an altar. I hate to spend the extra hope on her, but when you have the opportunity to get what you need, usually gonna take it. Take the free recruit, grab Cruise. Alright, this does have me. I didn't even check what okay, we have Jetman. But to say, I didn't even check what what third floor boss we have. But the fact that we don't have our first encounter for the fourth ending does make me really nervous. We do this. Shelter will literally single-handedly take care of this lane. So as long as that doesn't happen. I was about to say we'll be fine for sure. Because I think it is random which two lanes come out. Because you usually get one of the ends first on the stage, and then two random lanes will come out. So we got a bit of bad RNG there, but not anything terrible. We're gonna need to get Rosa out here though, so that we can cover Cardigan. Because once Neural's skill activates, she'll be able to cover these two as well. But Project Red naturally has pretty high attack, so she doesn't usually have an issue holding a lane. She just only has one block. Not exactly what she was made for, having her just sit there, but it's fine. One of those things that, like, if it works, you know. So the timing on using Shelter's skill here, I usually hold it for another like 2 waves. Because these enemies, she has obviously zero trouble just one-shotting, or two-shotting I guess, but before they get past, it's once the slightly beefier enemies come out that it starts to be an issue. But these first ones also come out on the closer row, so she still does a lot of damage to them. And you can tell she does noticeably more damage to the tile directly in front of her. So after this wave, we pop her skill. It's usually a bit too like safe. I find a lot of times I could probably activate the skill around the middle of that last wave. But when you're using Shelter as a carry, the primary issue is when she runs out of ammo. So that window is what you really have to play around. That's why actually getting the collectible that gives you auto generating skills faster is really good. Same thing with Rosa, the one that gives you like 0.5 per second I think is the best one. Because you can see there, she still had half her ammo. Oh, do we have Duck Lord? What? It's either Duck Lord or Bear. I completely forgot you could even get it on this stage. Yeah, they do a big zigzag. It's Bear. We probably save Project Red and Rosa skill for when they're right here so that everyone can hit him. Assuming he crosses that square, because I don't actually know what he does. Okay, you know what, that also works. If you wanna, oh, she can't use it there. I think we've still got him. We didn't even need to Rosa skill, okay. That's how strong Shelter is. And you can also see this clear difference in DPS on an enemy like that when she has her skill up versus when she doesn't. She went from just decimating the bear to just tickling him. I wish I had one more hope. Oh. Oh, right, because we have solitary this floor. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Jetman shouldn't be an issue. But again, I'm just thinking about if we get the encounters we need, because I don't think we're actually going to at this rate. And I wanted to get at least one more attempt actually to the boss, you know? Don't know if it'll happen, but that was the goal. Since we lost the play right there. But thinking about what operators we would not need if we got those encounters for this to be a successful run, we would need... Again, we need some kind of guard. At this point, I'm leaning more towards Irene than Surtur. We do need Myrtle. Like, DP generation is a must. Ideally, we'd get some more squad space and deployment limit, because that did really shoot us in the foot, too, on a few stages. The fact that our deployment limit was rather low. I'm gonna hold Shelter's ammo just to make sure she can blast Jetman. We drop Project Red right here. That way we bait out Jetman's jump. Recall her. Throw Rosa here. And I think that'll do it for Jetman. Ow. Why is that doing so much damage to Rosa? That has me a little concerned for the later drones, when we don't have Telopsis skill. But at the same time, I don't actually anticipate it being a huge issue. Just leave Project right there. Yeah, Shelter one-shots those drones, and she should be able to kill these in time. I do like having Rosa deal with these, but... Okay, we're good. We have a fair amount of life, but we've seen how fast that can go away. All it takes is me making one really stupid mistake and all my life goes away. If I don't outright die. We did last out for another charge of Telopsis skill, so she should be able to keep Rosa alive. Alright, don't, hey. Do that just so that Orchid didn't take shots for Rosa. Because it is significantly more of a problem if Rosa goes down than if Orchid does. Alright, that'll do it though. Alright. You want to give me like, I mean we already have Coin Operated Toy, what if it just gave me Chalice? That would be another win con right there. Attack speed, relics are literal win cons. This is going to be a tough choice. Do we take Myrtle or do we take Neural Upgrade? We're going to need enough... Oh yeah, and it costs extra, I mean less because of Solitary. I'm actually going to take this. It makes certain stages a complete joke. Yeah, if we don't get the encounter for the first encounter for the ending, I'm going to, by the end of the first floor, I'm going to do one more run and I'm going to reroll. Let's actually take Shadow this time. We haven't even seen it today, but it's actually a pretty fun one. I am willing to do this, just to see what it gives me. The Soraya one. So there's one more encounter on this floor after this fight. This is also a stage that, okay. I'm going to mulligan this run. Reason being, this stage we don't have a DP generator. We'll probably lose a lot of life, and by this point we're not going to be able to take many more fights. We just didn't get the encounter. We need to get the first encounter for the fourth ending on the second or third floor. Apparently we got a new collectible. I didn't even realize we did it. One of the new emergency squads. But I'm going to stick with... I know it's a bit boring probably to do the same start over and over, but I do feel like this is going to be the next like most doable strategy. And I think in IS2, while it's good to be like creative, it's also really good to have a consistent strategy. Because we've seen this Shelter start will consistently get us to the third floor, unless we majorly mess up. But I'm also realizing too, for the second and third ending, I do try to get encounters on the first floor. I don't actually think that's the strategy for this ending. So, that's also something to keep in mind. Because realistically speaking, from what we saw, you probably need a medic and 2 unisecond block to safely do the first encounter for the fourth ending. That first stage with like the little gap in the middle that closes back in on 2 doors, or 2 objectives, I guess they would be. So even if you could get that on the first floor, I don't think you'd want to. So what I think we're gonna do here is path towards that first emergency operation, even though we're gonna have to waste a bit on the downtime wreck. But the other danger is, the less encounters you clear, the less likely it is that you get your ending. But I will say, I don't know if I have the time tonight, because I have to be up pretty early for work tomorrow morning. I'm driving some lumber up to the... Oh, actually, I almost gave away about where I lived. I'm driving something about 2.5 hours away, I think, in the snow. I can say it'll snow. That's why my power had trouble yesterday. There's a big snowstorm. Because I know I've said on stream before that I live in like the Midwestern US. So I don't think it's that surprising that I get big snowstorms where I live. Defender, okay. I would have considered getting Soraya there. We will be getting Spot. I hate going to downtime recreation nodes because they never feel worth it. But I want the, okay, it's this one. I want the, this one, so what I usually do with a squad like this is I'm probably gonna, oh, we have Sharp, never mind. I was gonna say, I was going to have Spot here, Chalter here, and Cardigan here. I completely forgot we had this. That way the cannon fire doesn't just murder my team. Yeah, Sharp isn't a bad unit. There's some, like the caster elite operator you can get. I actually thought it was really cool that they kind of included them in the anime. But the caster one, I think its name's Pith. I don't think that one's very good. But Sharp's pretty decent. Touch, the medic one, is okay. The anti-air one's fine. I think for the most part, people like to really compare the anti-air snipers. I just feel like having an anti-air sniper, like I feel like Exia is far and away. I haven't raised my Arquetto because I actually got her really recently. But I feel like Exia is far and away like the anti-air sniper. And if you aren't using Exia, as long as you have an anti-air sniper, you're still filling the niche. That might just be my opinion. And I know Arquetto's actually supposedly comparable to Exia if there's multiple targets. Because basically when Exia's S3 is active, there's nothing that tears through anti-air faster. But I saw a comparison on it, and people were saying Arquetto's like good for being a multi-target anti-air sniper. Which I want to say is actually the skill, I can't remember their name, but the skill that the anti-air sniper for, like the, sorry, I'm having a brain fart just looking at this. The anti-air sniper, that like the equivalent of Sharp here. I want to say they're also a multi-target sniper. Oh, this is a different path than I was hoping for. It's fine. Still free collectible, and it's on an emergency op. So we get 2 collectibles from this fight. That's a lot of potential immediate power if we get lucky. If we don't get lucky, it might not be that helpful, but we'll see. I will say with only 5 hope, I'm hoping for a... Oh, never mind. I was about to say I'm hoping for a specialist or medic, but... We have 3 defenders, and we're using a squad that gives us instant sniper and medics. Oh, perfect. Alright, do we grab a medic here? This is actually, that's not bad. It's really good for making sure Chalter's downtime on S3 is low. We could go for a medic. Promote smarter, attack a Vanguard card. That's actually not bad. Regenerate. With the medics I use, Telopsis has such a high cost order skill anyways, I don't think it matters. So the question is, do we withdraw 2 ingots? and really go ham on trying to complete the fourth ending with this squad here, or time to be greedy. I'm really going to regret it when it comes out that there's another way that you have to get more perspective investment system points, but it's probably fine. All right, we do need to go for double encounter here. The only way to do that is this way. So we have to fight grand finale. That's not an issue. But we're looking pretty good. 4-leaf clover is actually a really good pull, because just having those extra options, like I was saying earlier, is really, really powerful. Having 3 defenders isn't exactly what I was looking for, but you know, it's fine. I'm hoping Spot has enough attack. I deployed Spot instead of Cardigan there specifically because Spot has higher attack than Cardigan. Okay, 1's gonna leak, that's fine. Never mind, 2's gonna leak, that's less fine, but we'll figure it out. Yeah, not exactly what I was going for, but it's not a big deal. Oh, you could see exactly how loud. Shelter gets skill much, much faster. What's the range on your skill gun? I maybe could have... I could have put her where Spot was, so I could put Lava here safely. I'm still going to do it, but... that wasn't, I think, correct positioning. Just because the snipers later on are going to come and start hitting Lava. But the investment in the sniper auto recovery I think was worth it. Also, you have to consider when we get Rosa because we're going to need it. That's also going to work on her. And actually 46 units, I think we have either Duck or Bear Lord again. So that's potentially really nice. I don't know if this game is like Isaac though, when you have something like the 4-leaf clover. Because I can't recall ever seeing it. If you have an option there and you don't pick it, for example, on the 2 encounters we have to do for the 3rd ending, we have to take, I'm gonna have a reload now. But on the 2 encounters, you saw both times last time we had, I think, 2 squad increase options. We do have to take those, take the ending specific collectibles. So those collectibles that also show up, for example, if Chalice shows up there and we have to take the ending one, do we not see Chalice again? Because I remember that happening with Stan and Actor for me one time on the 3rd ending, and I don't know if that's actually the case or if that was just me being unlucky. Because as more and more collectibles are added to IS2, it's less likely that you see a specific one to begin with. Nice, more max hope. Medic? Okay, let's just grab that real quick. Ooh! Okay, you know what? Actually, I'm going to do that because it's free and it's a free Lumen, and I think Lumen actually fills the same niche as the berries. That's not the one that we had last time, but that's another win con, potentially. That does stink a little bit because we're not going to be doing another fight this floor. Take the hope. Please give me it. Oh, I'm getting a little bit nervous. Okay, we got Defender and Supporter. Not exactly ideal. Just take an upgraded Soraya early. Yeah, we have to go encounter hunting. I'm going to be really disappointed. This actually is a really solid looking run if we don't get our encounter for the ending. Mind the doors, okay. So it looks like no matter what path we do, we will have 2 encounters, this one and that one. That's not it. Game, you're making me nervous. Alright, what are Lumen skills though? Yeah, Prioritize healing using negative statuses. Oh, maybe it's not nervous impairment, but it's... So attack speed. Prioritize using negative statuses. Ammo is consumed if the target has a negative status, increasing healing to 200% and removing... I would be surprised if that didn't work on nervous impairment, actually. I don't know for certain, but I would be kind of surprised based on that description. But I think it works on like things like the frozen status, which is also very nice. Yeah, this run's looking really solid if we get the encounter. It's such a dice roll. I cannot tell you how many times I had to try the second ending with Spearhead Squad, specifically because you have to have not only the 3 encounters to disable Big Sad Box regeneration, but because you also need, what's its face? You need to have 3 life, and Spearhead Squad starts with 1. Like, it was such a pain. And I do think I was actually fairly unlucky with that one because I had to do it an inordinate number of times, but I legitimately had to restart at the 3rd floor because I didn't get the, like, the first encounter at all. And there just comes a point with, like, the encounters on IS2 where you kind of just have to mulligan the run if you're going for a specific ending. Like this run, for example, if we were just to go beat Lucian, I'm 100% certain we would be able to beat Lucian. But we're trying to beat the 4th ending. That's it. What time is it? This will be the last run, so if we don't get the encounter, we'll still just finish the run, I think. I'd be a little bit disappointed, but we'll see. More likely than not, this will be what I stream Saturday. I'm actually really enjoying this, so I might just stream some Arknights until... I think the next Genshin patch is a couple weeks off. I'd like to stream like some more Overwatch and a couple other games, but we'll see. Actually, this is a good time to test. Okay, so it doesn't. Because it says it consumes the ammo on that skill if it heals a negative status effect, so it doesn't count nervous impairment. That's a little bit unfortunate, but not a huge issue. Oh, hey. The game's really buttering me up not to give me the encounter, isn't it? Deployment limit, 4-leaf clover, starting... This has all the signs of one of the runs where you get everything you need except the actual encounter. And it's making me a little bit nervous. Alright, we have insta-deploy shelter. Like we can deploy 8 units and we only have 6 in our squad. Actually, I might have jumped the gun on that deployment. That's fine. So the plan here is to deploy lava probably first. Unless... oh, never mind. Actually, no, we're good. Let's deploy lava here, deploy red here, and then deploy cardigan here. That way Lumen can heal all 4 from right about here. And then if a unit gets past red, it'll be blocked by cardigan in a space. I think red should still be able to attack. This one isn't too bad unless you have a very scarce number of units. Like, you don't even always have to have, like, Passenger can do this almost solo. Shelter can handle 2 lanes by herself. I'm pretty sure if you put Shelter here, actually... Well, no, because their skill wouldn't hit the outer range. But if you had, like, 2 lane holders here and Shelter, you could probably do this with 3 units. Passenger is so inconsistent with the lightning bounces that I don't think he could do it, like, solo. But not too bad. Probably pop that. Here's where we'll drop that. I'm still trying to think. Like, it's just, the issue is because of this talent specifically, it's so RNG. Sometimes Chalter's S3 lasts for a lot longer than you think it will. But I just don't like to run the risk. And I will say, because we have the auto regen on snipers, it is a lot more, I don't know. We can make a little bit more, there's a larger margin for error, that's what I'm saying. But it doesn't mean I want to test the margin for error, you know? I will say it's going to take Project Red a short eternity to kill this guy. She does luckily have, I mean, she's doing damage specifically because Project Red always does that percentage of her attack. If she didn't have that, she would actually be tickling this person. The shield guard, I think it's called. Because, I mean, with these two, she's not gonna, yeah. It just takes her a bit. More hope, okay. Guard? No, that also works, actually. Because the boss was Golem. Okay, we didn't get it. That's a little bit concerning. I am... Actually, neither of these would be very hard, to be honest. Okay, this has me worried, if I'm being honest. Because I really wanted to get another successful run to the 4th ending, but it just might not happen. Oh. So I was going to immediately deploy Shelter. If I do that, she's going to activate this guy and he's going to run into the base. So let's wait for, what is that, 52 DP? There we go. And hopefully he doesn't just kill Soraya. Yeah, it should be fine. You don't actually see that one start there very often. I was looking and I was like, oh wait. I can't just do my normal strategy and be lazy about it. I'm probably going to wait to deploy Lumen because these two can actually heal until after we kill W, just so that we don't run the risk of losing our medic. I don't think it's actually a concern in general, but one of those better safe than sorry, look for a consistent strat than be risky. I would say W is one of those characters I genuinely wonder how many people like, because playing through Arknights, I didn't expect W to become a playable character. In all seriousness. Sometimes characters like that do, sometimes they just don't. I mean, people have talked about maybe getting like playable Candle Knight, playable Ines, because Ines I think is not... I don't know if Ines is actually confirmed to be dead or alive, now that I think about it. People thought Frost Nova was going to be playable, and we know exactly how that went. So, who knows? It would have been really cool to have like a playable Caster Frost Nova, maybe Defender Patriot, but that's not the kind of world base that Arknights is really built. Arknights has definitely built a world base that is very, very sad. And it makes me very sad. Alright, so it's either Exia or Telopsis. We're gonna grab Telopsis. We have a randomly very high medical defender presence this run, but I still think it's pretty helpful to have. Yeah, we got the bad spawn. That's fine. I still don't know what exact range this guy can hit. So just have Soraya hold this until... Oh, I forgot. Yeah, look at how fast her ability comes back just because of that sniper thing. And imagine that stacked with like the other things that give you faster auto recovery skills. It has potential to be pretty insane. Hey. Ugh. What we do here actually is we do this so that... Because I'm pretty sure he doesn't use... I think he stuns... Oh, he just killed Project Red. Oops. Honestly, because I think he can just perma-stun one unit. I'd like to reposition Soraya a little bit further back, but that's more just a pet peeve of mine. Because Shelter's still going to hit right there. Shouldn't be an issue. But this is where the danger comes. Like, I don't know if we're going to be able to get the 4th ending. So I feel like I keep repeating myself on that, but I get so annoyed when I'm running IS2 to do one specific ending. And then I just don't get the encounters. Because I do get flashbacks to that Spirit Squad thing I was mentioning. I did it so many times, it's unreal. And the funny thing is, when I finally got everything for Big Sad Lock, I beat him first try. Like, it wasn't actually an issue to beat Big Sad Lock, the issue was getting the 3 encounters. Because it's not like I don't get attack speed relics very often. That's why I was surprised, because last stream we got a couple of them. We didn't see Chalice last stream, but we've seen it twice this stream, and it's really not that common of a collectible. Anyway, ooh, we have quite a bit of choice here. Are any of the upgrades? No. Sometimes you get really lucky and like a unit you were already going for on those pre-upgraded ones is already upgraded, but not super often. But this is kind of why I really favor the, yeah, it looks like we're just gonna go beat up, what's his name? Lucian again. I mean, we have to fight him either way, but unless we literally get like the 2 encounters back to back, it doesn't seem like it's gonna work in our favor. That's not what I want her. Alright, so she'll slowly get her skill. What I'm probably going to do actually is just dump Shelter and Soraya right here and see if they can take him out. In fact, we might save up enough DP 59 to deploy these 3 here. Just straight on the boss's face. They might be okay. The only sustain they have here is Soraya's healing, but seems like they'll be okay. Yeah, we're good. Now we recall all 3 of them and hope that they're back up in time to deal with the rest of this, because Neuro alone probably won't be. We could also do actually, yeah, that'll work. I didn't even think about that. A lot of times I'll do Shelter and a Defender right here and take care of these 3. Uh-oh. Please don't do that. Oh, wait. Okay, it's fine. That's only 1 life. Here we go. Like this here. Yeah, this isn't exactly the cleanest way to do this, but it's working, kind of. Yeah, I'll take it. Could have been worse. I don't know when these guys move. Sometimes there's really awkward pauses on the enemies. It's how they balance it, because if they all moved at once, you would be doomed. But another one is the Duck Lord stage, where he runs in a big circle. Because that sniper way over here, sometimes you just sit there for like 20 seconds until it moves. Just always makes me laugh a little bit. Not best. Also not terrible, but not the best. I don't even like, why have we gotten so many Defender tags this run? Nope. Maybe I should have grabbed another. Oh boy. I think we'll be okay for this stage, but the Charger just scare me. This stage is absurdly easy though if you have the collectible where you don't take damage from Sarkov's enemies. To the point that it's actually pretty funny. Honestly though, maybe it's a bit of a kind of sad blessing in disguise that we haven't gotten the encounter we needed. Because with our voucher luck this run, I don't think it would have been easy to beat the playwright. Because in order to beat the playwright, you kind of need, it feels like, for me at least, you know, the operators that we felt like we needed, we would have needed like 3 more guard vouchers, which we aren't getting, and a few other things that we haven't seen. But yeah, that's RNG for you. Sometimes you just see an inordinate amount of Defender vouchers. But yeah, like we probably would have needed, I mean, just thinking about it, right? We don't have any DP generation, so we would have needed Myrtle. Although the starting 20 DP is nice, I do think it's still necessary to have one. we would have needed, I think, 3 more guard vouchers or promotion vouchers for Neural, and then another win con, which I'm thinking right now needs to be Irene, not Surtur, because of how that last run went. Because we were able to use Irene in that, like, to help hold that right tile, like we were saying, and then have Neural actually DPS the boss. What else would we have needed? Probably, honestly, maybe another guard. It's why I really like the insta-promote guard squad so much, because you just need so many guard vouchers. Oh, oops. I wasn't paying attention. But, you need so many guard vouchers, it feels like, with the strategies that I use. I would be really curious, though. Now that we've beaten it once, I might actually see what people suggest for strategies. Because IS2 has only been out for like a couple weeks. But our successful... that is a makeshift one of the one we had. And we got another defender operator. Neat. Alright, at this point I'm going to take Horn. Yeah, we have one more encounter this floor. Let's go to the safe house, because we doubled the rewards off safe house. Actually, we do this. Promote her. And promote her. Horn's actually a really fun unit to use. Ugh, game. This one, this is right about the point that I have a hard time deciding if I want that artifact. Which one is this? Okay, it's this one. Wait for it out. Yep, there we go. We'll do this. Probably have Horn hold this lane, but we're gonna dump Rosa first for the first big drone that comes through. I can't remember how fast these guys move. So I feel like they don't actually start moving super early on. I just usually deploy something immediately. I was not fast enough on the draw to recall her, it's fine. I'm just gonna... Well, never mind. I do usually use Rosa's skill there, but I was... I'm starting to lose my focus. The longer and longer I stream, I feel like the more and more that happens, but do not launch your rocket at Chunky, please. Yeah, we were a little late on that, because now we don't have their skills active, but yeah. The rat, I think it's called the Rat King, is honestly not that dangerous. It's not something that you want to underestimate, but it's very rare that I actually just can't kill this thing. I forgot to change, I just realized I forgot to change her skill. I was sitting there thinking, it's taking a long time for a neural skill to activate. Because we just promoted her and then I just... Oops. Right, there's another stage down. Yeah, at this point, lucky, like, we're seeing, hilariously enough, we're seeing collectibles that are really good to see early on in your run. Like this encounter to get the one that gives you a hope upon entering a non-combat, or maybe it's one of the two, or getting 2 ingots upon entering a non-combat node. That's really great if you get it on like the 2nd or 3rd floor. But the later and later on you get it, the less worth it is to use your resources on that. But yeah, like, I don't even think we can... Guess we go Rogue Trader would probably be the way to go. I mean, we have enough defenders to tank this stage, I'll tell you what. I forgot to change Neuro's skill again. I just realized. Oh, I do that so much, because we run with S1 Neuro for a good chunk of time this run, and it just doesn't occur to me. I do. Yeah, that's fine. So right now her skill just barely doesn't kill those puppets. And without putting her here, she doesn't actually reach these ones. But ordinarily I'd just start dropping red right here. But I don't actually think it's necessary. The shelter start gives us... Because in all seriousness, a lot of the time I'm doing the second or third ending, I don't actually use shelter anymore. So just having her changes the strategies that I can do. I can be a lot more greedy with certain things. But who knows? Maybe next weekend, because at this point it's looking like we're just going to go beat up on Lucian. Maybe next weekend, or this upcoming weekend, sorry, we'll do another Arknight stream and we'll try the Passenger start, the fourth ending or something. But I have a feeling it's going to be tough. I don't even know where I'd deploy Irene. Maybe we did this and then we just have her deal with, because I thought another one of these spawned on this stage, but I could be wrong. Oh, no. Okay, I was right. Oh, that hurts. I don't actually think that Lumen can... Oh, no. Okay. So what I'm wondering, though, is if you don't have... Like, because the skill ends when the ammo is used on this skill, if you're not... Like, obviously you won't get the target has a negative status, increase healing to 100%, right? But if he's not consuming that ammo, is it just a permanent 55% attack, 30 attack speed? Because that actually almost feels like it makes it... Like, it's nice to have something like that if you have, like, the cold or frozen status, you know? But it almost feels like it's nice to just not have that in a stage, because then you just get a permanent buff to your Lumen. But, as always, I could just be misunderstanding the skill description. Nice. Well, I still don't have Myrtle. I feel a little bad though, because I feel like I'm just leaning on a few crutch units like Shelter this stream and what's this drone landing zone it said? Yeah. I feel like we haven't actually seen this stage, I think. On stream. But I feel like I'm leaning on a few crutch units like Neuro Alter and Shelter and Rosa and Soraya. But in all seriousness, like, you gotta go with what you got sometimes. Like, if I had an absurdly broken run, like, and I've explained this, I don't even know if I've said it this stream even, but the way I always see roguelikes and modes like this, even Genshin to an extent, for like Spiral Abysses, the better your collectibles, the better your buffs, the better your characters, the more leeway you have for like making mistakes, and, you know, doing what you want, basically. Whereas... You know, like, so if we had, for example, all of the attack speed relics and like 90 ingots, we could run whatever we wanted and we'd probably be fine. But without those, I feel like I kind of need to be relying on some stronger units. I would say the starting DP is nice enough that I don't even feel the need to deploy Myrtle. But in the future, if we could get the, honestly, a setup like this where we have the plus 10, even just the plus 20. The plus 20 or plus 30 starting DP, I think would make our life so much easier. Not even sure that we need to deploy Shelter. I mean, Neural Alter this stage. So let's have her reload right now. She only has 2 bullets in her gun, and I'm just disappointed. What I might do this week in my free time, like while I'm just sitting at stops and stuff, is it's a bit cheesy, and probably not the way you intended to do it. But if you're trying to refill your perspective investment system, what you do is you take Support Squad, and then you go to the first Rogue Trader over and over and over, because you only have to fight 1 or 2 fights usually, and you just fill up the bank that way. It's probably not the intended way though, but it makes it really fast, and that way we can withdraw later on. I mean, I don't think you like lose the investment things by going under 500 once you've gotten it. I'd have to look that up though. That would be pretty rough. But the ability to just withdraw that extra little bit and get the extra collectibles too at a certain shop is really helpful. Very nice. Some max hope here. 3 ingots. I mean, we do have a shop. Did I ever promote Project? I did not. Hmm. 5 ingots? I mean, might even just toss them in the Rogue Trader here. 1 block, sure. Sniper operator attack, sure. Sure. Let's actually see how much it'll let me. Yeah, I was gonna say. Part of the reason you do that too is specifically because you only have to fight 1 or 2 fights, and at this point, once you get higher and higher, it lets you put in like 1 or 2. So I feel less bad about it. It's like the Isaac donation machine. It gets to a point where it just doesn't let you do anything. So I feel less bad about cheesing it. Alright, so we could do... I was hoping for squad space actually, but I'm just gonna promote Myrtle. Or Irene. I don't think we'll be using Irene actually. Sure, you can have all 3 of them. That's what I was talking about the last couple runs though. That's the only time I feel it's worth it. I don't have any attack speed relics. I don't have a reason to keep my my ingots, the 3 I have. But yeah, so anyways, I'm so sorry Lucian for what I'm about to do to you. But the game didn't give me the encounters I needed, so I'm going to come whoop ya real quick. Honestly though, usually I do just restart on like the 3rd or 4th floor when I'm doing unlocks like this. But I feel like that's a little boring for stream, and it is somewhat gratifying to just beat Lucian up real quick. I won't lie. I guess I do need to use shelter for the drones here. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, look at how fast that goes, though. There is usually a semi-significant downtime in Shelter's skill. Like, blows my mind how good the auto recovery ones can be. If I really wanted to try something cheesy, I could do this and just try to dump some early damage onto the boss. But because we just picked up like extra attack, like our Neuro has 1792 base attack and she's not even max level. I've just realized, in all honesty, I mean, Neuro's one of the units that I use enough that it's probably worth maxing her out. But for the most part, I just don't think it's necessary to max out your operators. I've been taking 6 stars to level E2 level 60, and then 5 stars to like E2 level 50, because that's when you can get their module. If they have a module, you know. I understand that not all of them do, but that's about when I've started doing it, and it actually works pretty decently. But anyway, what we do here, I forgot to use Neuro's skill for that, oops. I believe it was this tile that she could hit. So we hookshot as soon as Lucian gets there. Okay. And we do this. And we see how much damage we can dump into Lucian. That wasn't bad. I wouldn't say it was a particularly impressive amount of damage, but it wasn't bad. Hopefully these guys can deal with the shield guard. Okay, they got him. I was gonna say, I really do not want to use Neuro's skill there. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I've tried a few different strategies. Like, I remember when I first was having a really tough time beating Lucian. Because it was the first boss you beat in IS2, I was super like, what do I even do here? I looked it up and they actually use thorns, and they put thorns like right here. So stuff like that, I think it really does depend on your win con. Because if I was using like Surtur consistently, and my strategy was use like Surtur and a Defender, I could do it right here. You know? Or if I was using Passenger, if I had Hand of Diffuse and Passenger, I could probably just kill him right here. I have done that before, and it is really funny. Now I think about it, there's not really a point in recalling Horn here, but I don't think there's a point in moving with her. Oh, I was on my speed. I wonder though, I'd have to take another look at the map. I might do that also this week, because I wonder if you could get Horn into a position to really dump damage on the playwright. Because you could probably put her, like, so if these were the two squares, and then you had that barrier, and the playwright came through here, was where we were trying to kill him. You could probably put, like, Irene here, Horn here facing this way, drop Neural Altar, and we could probably kill it in the same way. Because what we did, the time we won yesterday, we had Irene here and Neural Altar here, and we just used both their skills, and they were able to DPS down the playwright. But now that we know if the playwright kills a unit, it makes that spot unusable, similar like Frost Nova. I really don't want to run the risk. But, we'll have to see. That is taking a long time to load. Did my... Uh-oh. Is the stream up? The stream's still up? Arknights? Oh, there we go. I was like, what just happened? That was a decent run, though. It wasn't bad. I will be completely honest, with the sheer number of defender vouchers we got, even if we'd gotten the encounters to go to the 4th inning, I don't think we would have won. Yes, the starting DP was nice. Yes, the extra buffs we got towards the end were nice. But I can't say that I think it would have gone super well. But we'll have to see. I'll do some research, try and get some more practice on it for sure. Anyways, guys, thanks for everyone who stopped by or watched the VOD. Pretty lengthy stream today. I will probably try to stream, if not Saturday, Sunday for sure. I want to get back into the habit. I keep saying this the past few weeks, but I want to get in the habit of streaming Saturday and Sunday and maybe one weekday with a shorter stream, you know, 1 or 2 weekdays. It's just hard to do with my job because I never know when I'll be back home. But yeah, either way, we'll probably do a little bit more of this weekend. I think, like I was saying, as far as other games we play, I'd like to do some more Overwatch. Don't know when that'll happen, though. We'll try to do a little bit more ranked grind at some point. I was having fun doing that. Next Genshin patch, I do believe, because I want to say the Shogun banner ends about 2 weeks from today or tomorrow-ish. Usually the patch for me comes out on a Tuesday night on Genshin, so I'd assume the new patch is then. I think next patch is when Yao Yao and Alhaitham come out, so we probably won't be rolling, because I think we get Yao Yao for free from an event. And then Arknights, now that we're starting to really stream that out. I do believe... Hi, Siege. I do believe that the next event after this, so Lingering Echoes, has about another week, I want to say? Yeah, has another week. I just wasn't really interested in streaming that event, to be honest. But after that, I think, is the Dorothy banner, and then I want to say after that is the Gaviol, the Invincible event, which I do want to stream. But anyways, guys,